We go to the PA man at the Delta Center, Dan Roberts.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Delta Center for game number 6 of the NBA Finals. With the Chicago Bulls and our Utah Jazz. And now introducing the starting lineup for the Chicago Bulls. Wearing number 7, starting forward at 6'11" from Croatia, Toni Kukoc. Wearing number 33, starting forward at 6'7" from Central Arkansas, Scottie Pippen. Wearing number 13, the starting center at 7 feet from New Mexico, Luke Longley. On the guard line, number 9, at 6'6" from Miami of Ohio, Ron Harper. And at guard, number 23 at 6'6" from North Carolina, Michael Jordan. The Bulls are coached by Phil Jackson.
Pulls out the turnaround jumper. Good. Crystal Peterovich. The Jazz win their first ever Midwest Division title. Unbelievable.
Magic Alley. Goes to Green. Block by Eaton. Picks up on Magic. Block by Eaton. Oh, baby. Big mark everywhere.
He did it. A new NBA assist king, John Stockton.
Congratulations, Karl Malone, 1996-97 NBA Most Valuable Player.
John Stockton sends the Utah Jazz to the NBA Finals.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our Utah Jazz. Starting at forward, number 32 at 6'9" from Louisiana Tech, the mailman, Karl Malone. Starting forward, number 3 at 6'7" from Long Beach State, Brian Russell. The starting center, number 31 at 6'9" from Stanford, Adam Teague. On the guard line, number 12 at 6'1" from Gonzaga, John Stockton. And guard, number 14 at 6'4" from Iowa State, Jeff Hornacek. The Jazz are coached by Jerry Sloan.
And as always, pre-tip, we go to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Bob. The big news on the Bulls is the condition of Scottie Pippen. As was reported earlier in our pregame show, he did take an injection yesterday. He told me he hurt that back, and Game 3 and Game 4 irritated it a little bit more. Before the game today, he said he had everything he could have done to it. He had electrical stimulation, then he iced it, had ultrasound, had a massage, and then did a lot of stretching, and told me that he is a little bit ginger, but nothing could keep him out of a game like this. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. One further Bulls note. I just spoke to Ron Harper. He is suffering the effects of the flu. He's very weak. He can't hold any food down. He will start. He will play. Just how long and how effective he doesn't know. As for Howard Eisley, I spoke to him. He's still suffering from vertigo. He told me before the game he's a little busy. He's a little disoriented. He is going to play. Coach Sloan is just going to keep his eye on him. If he cannot go, John Stockton will take his minutes. Finally, I spoke to Karl Malone. Karl Malone told me he's going to the basket early tonight. He's going to be very aggressive early in the game. He wants to get Longley and Rodman into foul trouble. Not many outside shots at all. He finally went on to say, we're down 3-2. I know this sounds crazy. However, I like our position, and I'm confident we can win this series. Bob?
Jim, thanks a lot. The officials are Dick Bavetta and Hugh Hollins, who worked Game 3, each of them in Chicago, and Danny Crawford, who worked Game 2 of the finals here at the Delta Center. The Bulls are just 4-4 on the road in the playoffs, and in fact have lost 4 of their last 5 road games against their toughest opponents, the Pacers and the Jazz. Jordan guarded by Russell. Hornacek will open on Pippen. They'll try and post Scottie on him. They go to it right away. Stockton comes over on the double team. Now back to Scottie, and they couldn't recover. Hornacek was left alone with him, and an easy 2 for Scottie.
That's going to be the strategy here early. Try to go at Hornacek with Pippen. Michael will do a lot of the ball handling in the first period.
Malone against Longley. Has to give it up, and Jordan is the only guy there. Longley, who has contributed little offensively and has been abused defensively by Malone. It's Jordan missing his first shot, and Russell takes the rebound. It looks like Scottie Pippen is laboring as he moves up and down the court. Ahmad told you he's suffering from a bad back. Malone hits his first. 17 of 27 in Game 5, as the whole Utah team shot better than 50%. Poked away. Malone chases it to the side. It'll belong to Chicago.
Bob, I think Scottie Pippen pulled his back out on that dunk shot on his first play when he reached up for the rim and he pulled it down. I think he stretched up and he grimaced as he came down and he could barely run.
Harper guarded by Stockton. Pippen against Hornacek. Draws the double. Harper's the guy they'd like to leave alone. Kukoc isn't. But this time he misfires. Hornacek lost it to Longley. Now Pippen has it. All along Kukoc.
The one thing you don't want to do if you're Utah is get into a quick turnover battle here and give them easy points, especially Kukoc. Remember, he loves to get off early in quarters, and then he's a load the rest of the game.
Hornacek from Stockton ties the game at 4.
That was a great screen by Karl Malone. Hornacek set Michael Jordan up beautifully, and in a great entry pass by Stockton.
Kukoc. You wonder if the Bulls went to Kukoc enough in Game 5. With Jordan and Pippen struggling, Kukoc was on fire but got only 13 shots.
That Kukoc has the size advantage and also the speed advantage over Adam Keefe, and he can take them inside. Also, he can stick the outside J.
Malone got inside of Longley and drew the foul.
Now you watch Pippen come across the lane, and as he reaches up to dunk, he pulls his back out, and you see him grimace as he comes up the floor. Let's keep our eye on Scottie Pippen tonight.
Let's check in with Ahmad.
Bob, Scottie Pippen's really having a bad problem. In trying to bring the ball down, you can notice Michael sending him down the floor so he can bring the ball up. Now, as we mentioned earlier, that the strategy was to go to Scottie in the post. If his back continues to bother him, they may have to change that strategy. Bob?
You can see him with his hands on his knees, bending over, trying to limber up, wincing quite a bit. Malone hits the first. Generally, he and the Jazz team have not gone to the free throw line in the finals as often as they did during the regular season and in the earlier playoff rounds. The Bulls have had a big edge at the free throw line.
Jim Gray is listening to Jerry Sloan over on the sideline. He says Jerry is already complaining about illegal defense early in the game. Let's see if the next time down the floor the referees hear him once again. Remember, that was something that was big in the United Center. He was able to get the referee's attention. I thought it helped his team.
Harper trying to back in on Stockton, and the whistle goes against Utah. It's Stockton's first.
See, what Chicago will try to do is put a lot of pressure inside on the post with Harper and Pippen posting up Stockton and Hornacek.
Harper really battling with Stockton. Now he's got it. Tried to bring it back out, and Keith stole it. Hornacek loses it to Harper. And a whistle as Harper comes stampeding into the lane.
Now, Bob, Scottie Pippen came back and got that steal, but he is really struggling right now. You're going to see him come in from behind, and after he knocks this ball away, he really sort of stands, and I watched him the whole way. He looked over at the bench at Phil Jackson, like saying, I don't feel very good right now. He's standing up straight. That's the first sign of a back injury when a guy stops bending his knees.
A back injury is one of the most crippling of injuries, especially in an athletic context. And I'm not trying to compare a physical injury to an illness, but it was here in this building where Michael Jordan, sick as a dog, managed to gut it out in Game 5 of last year's final, the pivotal game. Scottie Pippen is probably mindful of that and will give it everything he's got to try to equal the effort that his teammate Michael Jordan has shown in the past.
See, Bob, that's why I think it's very, very important for the Jazz to lock in on Tony Kukoc, because if Pippen can't score and it's only Michael Jordan, that will be to their advantage. They've got to do a job on Kukoc today.
Stockton drives on Harper, ties the game. Stockton didn't take a single shot in the fourth quarter of Game 5. His assist totals have generally been high. His shooting percentage is high, but they'd like to see him get a few more shots up toward the rim. 3-second violation against Chicago.
When you watch Stockton's aggressiveness, they've given him the baseline this whole series. This time he's able to take Harper to the baseline, get a little space, and finish on the right side of the basket.
Hornacek, Jordan up on him. Malone puts it on the floor and is fouled. It was before the shot. It's Longley's second.
Well, this was the strategy of Karl Malone. He said, I'm going to put the pressure on the Bulls defense, not many jump shots, and he has done that. 2 quick fouls on Longley.
Hornacek is free, but can't hit. Hornacek is now 18 for 46 in the series. Jordan, there's his first field goal, and the Bulls take a 10-8 lead. If you take away Hornacek's 7 of 11 in Game 3, he's shooting around 30% for the rest of the series. 7 of 11 in Game 2, I should say, here. Harper reached in and fouled. Rodman off the bench. Let's see who he replaces. Longley has 2 fouls, and it's Luke who'll go out. Russell for 3. Utah has not been hitting the threes in this series. Now 11 for 51, around 20%. They shot 37% as a team from beyond the arc for the season. Pippen with the hook. Chicago by 4. Malone screening for Stockton. His 3 isn't there. Pippen claims the rebound. Pippen had it knocked away. Hornacek got a hand on it. Stockton takes it. Dishes it to Jeff, who misses the driving one-hander. Jordan is wrapped up by Keefe for the Utah foul.
You know, Pippen is really hurting, but he's playing in pain as he takes Adam Keefe into the middle and shoots his patented little jump hook. And as he falls to the floor, you can see it's very difficult for him to get up with that bad back. You see him running up the floor, not able to get the type of push and the speed that he normally would have.
If necessary, Game 7, Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on NBC.
Something big is happening at Ford. It's the Ford Big Time Sales Event. Get the biggest savings of the year on Ford cars and trucks. Like up to $2,500 in total savings on Windstar for all Ford, GM, and Chrysler owners. Plus, Ford and GM owners can save big time on almost every Ford car and truck in stock. The world's biggest selling division wants your business big time. So save big at the Ford Big Time Sales Event, going on now at your Ford dealer.
May I take your order, please?
4 Biggie Fries and 4 Biggie Drinks.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Wendy's Biggie Fries and Biggie Drinks are really big. The biggest you can get for 99 cents.
Here you go.
So be careful.
I was afraid of that.
You protected your face all night. Why stop in the locker room? The Norelco Reflex Action Razor. Anything closer could be too close for comfort.
The very first time I drove a truck, I was a driver helper. Somebody called in sick, and the dispatcher came out and asked me if he thought I could drive the truck. I was so scared when I got out in downtown on the hills, trying to work the clutch. You got, I don't know how many tons behind me, and the truck's rolling back, and it takes time to learn, but once you get it, I mean, it's like driving a car. I prefer driving my truck over my car.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center, and during that timeout, I just spoke with Chip Schaefer, the trainer for the Chicago Bulls. He said that Scottie Pippen is not sore, he is just sore, and he's having a problem really with his mobility, not able to bend over and grab the ball, but hopefully as he plays further and gets more warmed up, it'll improve. That's what they're hoping. Bob?
Ahmad, thanks.
With Scotty struggling, I think you're going to see the Jazz start picking up a little bit further down the floor. He's usually their primary ball handler. They'll try to pressure Michael and Harper up the floor, make it tougher for them to get into their offense.
Here is Pippen, out to Harper, open three, missed it. Malone battling Rodman, and it's tipped to Stockton. Utah on the run, but Stockton circles back outside to set it up. It was kicked. Utah keeps it, fresh 24.
You watch Malone and Rodman battling under the board. Malone's going all out as he runs the floor. They both kick each other a little bit. The referees may clean that up.
Russell couldn't finish. Kukoc rebounds.
That's 2 layups now that the Jazz have missed here early in this first quarter. Hornacek and now Russell.
See, with Pippen hurting, I think Harper's going to have to step up big and supply the scoring load.
Jordan for 3. Got it. Jordan with 5. And Chicago with a 7-point lead. Malone on that left block, this time against Rodman. Takes him into the lane. Tries to muscle up, but loses it. Pippen back. It was tied at 8. Now Chicago's on a 7-0 run. Kukoc underneath to an unguarded Harper, and the Bulls have scored 9 unanswered points. Timeout, Utah.
So you watch Karl Malone in the low post. They're not double teaming him. They're letting Rodman play him one-on-one. Consequently, when he goes up to put up the shot, he gets stripped, and it leads to this. Kukoc on the drive, the easy dump to Harper. Harper's going to have to step up big inside for the layup. And you're watching the NBA on NBC.
These guys, Ray and Charlie, they're always betting each other.
So you believe me or not?
No. So Ray bets Charlie he can pull an 8,000-ton ship. You got to bet with a pickup. What Charlie didn't bet on was Ray's pickup, the tough new Ford Super Duty F-Series with the most powerful diesel engine of any pickup on Earth. Wonder what old Charlie had to do for losing that bet. Word to the wise, never bet against an F-Series. It's built Ford tough.
My life has changed over the years a lot.
Do you feel you have enough in the fixed income portfolio? Single woman, raising a child, starting a business.
I want to be able to travel.
All new life phases, all new challenges about finances.
Carol knows my lifestyle. She knows the kinds of needs that I have.
There's a lot of support behind it.
Prudential is a big company, and it's amazing the kind of personal service that they give.
Hey, buddy. Who's Daddy's little man? You are. Yes, you are. Oh, that's so cute. He wants a French fry. No. These are Daddy's fries. Mommy's making your food. Yes, she is. Yes. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Okay, take the whole box.
home.
Nobody knows basketball like Frazier.
That's incredible. He made the same impossible shot twice in a row.
Instant replay.
NBC Tuesdays.
The Bulls lead by 9, but here's the bad news for them. Moments ago, Scottie Pippen, accompanied by trainer Chip Schaefer, leaves the bench and heads for the locker room. With more, here's Ahmad.
All right, Bob, I just spoke with Chip, and he told me that Scottie asked out of the game, and he wants to go back in the locker room and try to stretch his back out and try to get it more loose before he tries to come back in. I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll keep you posted. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Well, during that timeout, Jerry Sloan was about as loud and angry as he has been at his team this entire series. He said, guys, you are standing around. You're not fighting for any position defensively. You're letting the Bulls go wherever they want to go. Quit running around screens. Start running through them. Take a hard foul. Get some fight in you. Bob?
Jim, thanks. He goes to his bench. Isley is in, and so too is Antoine Carr. Carr tries to make a move on Kukoc, and there's a foul on Kukoc, his first.
Now, Bob, the reason Carr's in the game is because Utah was playing 4-on-5 offensively. With Adam Keefe in the game, Scottie Pippen wasn't going to guard him. Now you've got Kukoc who's going to have to play Antoine Carr, so now it's a 5-on-5 matchup. They've got to take advantage of this with Isley in now for Stockton.
Harper right now is on Malone. An illegal defense is called against Chicago.
Doug, I think they should have started Antoine Carr. That center position is a revolving door for them with Ostertag and Foster, and it was important for them to get off to a good start. Now they've buried themselves and find themselves in a big hole.
Ostertag and Foster have given them nothing in this series. Good pass from Malone inside to Hornacek, who converts it. That's why their lack of scoring at center is why they were interested in Ronnie Cycli and tried to get him from Orlando in a trade that eventually was voided. Jordan over Russell. Rebound to Carr, who immediately makes his presence felt.
Michael Jordan's illegal now, so the Bulls are all running around.
And it's their second illegal defense, which will result in a technical foul shot being taken.
And Jerry Sloan just got a technical. Phil Johnson comes over and settles him down a little bit. Jerry's got to maintain his composure right now. He just got the illegal defensive call for a technical, and then he follows it up with a technical of his own.
If he was arguing for the illegal defense, that's a cruel irony for him because he got the call, but now the technicals may cancel each other out. It's Jordan to shoot it first. We're told by Jim Gray from the Utah bench that the reason Sloan got his technical was arguing about this. When he was knocked down by Kukoc, there was no foul called, and that's what had Jerry hot.
Remember, that's the same thing that he did against Longley to bait him into his 5th foul in here in Game 2. So I don't think the referees went for that today. I think that was a good no call.
Hornacek, an 89% free throw shooter, swishes it at the other end. Bulls with the ball, down by 7. Scott Burrell is on Russell. Rodman on Malone. And Rodman's going to be hit with a foul, I think. It is on Dennis, his first. Folks, you can log on to MSNBCSports.com as NBA Showtime extends its coverage to the internet. Check out Bill Walton's game previews, plus click on in-depth video features from NBC Sports. And you can chat with Bill Walton tomorrow at 1 Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific at MSNBCSports.com. That's a look at today's page. Malone missed the first. But not the second. To give you an idea how close this series has been, other than the Game 3 blowout, the 9-point lead the Bulls enjoyed a short while ago was the biggest lead for either team in any game, other than Game 3, of course. Kukoc misses, and Isley rebounds. against Kukoc. Jumper over him is good.
See, they've got to go to that matchup. There's no way Tony Kukoc can play him. He's too powerful down there.
And Chicago wants to talk it over. Their 9-point lead has been cut to 4 with 2:58 to play in the first.
Antoine Carr is a much-needed force here. They've got to have 5 guys on the floor that can shoot the basketball to keep Chicago honest on defense. Antoine Carr with the little bang, he gets the space and makes the open jump shot. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
To prove his innocence, an honest cop is taking the police hostage.
You are not in control!
On July 31st, negotiations are over.
Right now, I'm the only thing standing between you and an army that's just itching to take you out.
And the action begins.
Pull the trigger!
Samuel L. Jackson.
You want my blood? Take my blood!
Kevin Spacey.
I can't hold them back anymore. They're coming up.
The Negotiator. Rated R. Negotiations begin Friday, July 31st everywhere.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. Got to see that's how I dream to be. Boom, 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 boom.
I dream I move.
I dream I move like Mike.
If I could be like Mike.
If I could be like...
What's up, Mike?
I'm not going to sing.
This week, golf's greatest championship, the U.S. Open. Thursday at 3 Eastern, the opening round live with Tiger Woods, Fred Couples, John Daly, Tom Watson, and more. Friday at 3, round 2 live. And on both Saturday and Sunday, 6 hours of live coverage of the leaders starting at 2 Eastern. The U.S. Open this week on NBC.
Why you need Antoine Carr? You're going to see they're going to stay mostly at home on the perimeter against these players. All he has to do is take his time. Kukoc is not going to block his shot. Bump him a little bit and use his power down there. Now, the one thing he has to be concerned about is Kukoc loves to play defense from behind, so he can't be careless with the ball where Tony can come from behind him, Bob, and slap that thing away.
Meanwhile, we've played 9 minutes. Karl Malone has attempted only 1 shot, which he made.
But he's put the pressure on the defense. He's gone to the basket, and what he's done, he's got them in the penalty here early by drawing a lot of fouls on Longley and Rodman. That will take its toll as the game goes on, Bob.
The seldom used Bill Wennington is in, along with Scott Burrell and Steve Kerr. Rodman and Jordan complete the 5 on the floor for Phil Jackson right now. Michael dishes out to Burrell. And Russell reaches in and knocks it away with 3 on the shot clock.
When Michael gives that ball up, you've got to really work hard and not let him catch it back, and that's what he did that time, Russell. Excellent D.
Got to shoot it quickly. Jordan will with a hand in his face. Burrell strives for the rebound. Moves to the side, and eventually it's Utah who has it. Here's Hornacek. A pull-up 3. It's hard to imagine Utah winning the next 2 games and taking the title unless Hornacek hits shots like that, which outside of Game 2 in this series, he hasn't been doing. Shot clock violation. Michael gave it up. They weren't even close to hosting a shot before 24 seconds.
Terrific team defense. But Isaiah, the play before, Brian Russell went down on the floor, knocked the loose ball away, and Hornacek got the 3. Those are the hustle plays that this crowd creates from this team, and they're going to need all of those today.
And this is the second time in this series where you've seen Michael Jordan lose track of the shot clock, which is very uncharacteristic for him.
Isley, who's quicker than Kerr, is guarded by Steve as he comes out of the backcourt. It's Malone. And it's Utah with the lead. Only moments ago, they trailed by 9.
Carr came in, Isley giving him good minutes. That's been the difference. Jordan. Rodman on the offensive glass.
Wennington, a good look. Wennington will hit the open jumper.
Offensive rebounds were such a key here. When the Bulls won Game 2, they did not shoot well, but they got 18 offensive rebounds.
Moving down toward a minute to play in the first. Chicago by 1. And a whistle from Dick Bavetta. Another illegal defense.
That's on Michael Jordan. He got 2 zones below his man. Hornacek stayed out behind the three-point line. Michael dropped down 2 areas, and he was spotted. Now, it helps that Jerry Sloan is sitting there in the referee's ear helping him see Michael Jordan.
Hornacek hits the technical. Watch the byplay here between Malone and Rodman. A sign of respect, actually, it appeared to me.
You're it.
Chris Morris comes off the bench, making his first appearance for Utah. Antoine Carr gets a breather. There have been 3 illegal defense calls in this first quarter against Chicago.
Now, Bob, Antoine Carr is not a guy who plays heavy minutes. So I think what Jerry Sloan's going to try to do is maybe give him 5 or 6 minutes here or there to try to keep him as fresh as possible.
Kukoc comes in as soon as Carr goes out. Kukoc having trouble covering Carr defensively earlier in the game. Isley bounces to Malone. Tough shot, but he cans it. Jordan over Russell. Tied at 22 with half a minute to play in the period. Malone against Wennington. Off balance, hit it, plus the foul.
See, Bob, that's what I'm talking about, being aggressive, Isaiah. Taking the ball to the basket. Isley with the give and go. He doesn't settle for the jump shot. He puts the pressure on the defense, and it's a tough shot. And the same thing, he sees Wennington on him. He says, no way I can get this shot. He bodies up. Now an opportunity for a three-point play, which would give his team a 3-point lead.
And the weak spot for the Chicago Bulls is when you get past Longley and Rodman, they have nothing behind them. Wennington can't hold Malone, and that's where they miss the big guy in terms of Caffey and O'Brien Williams. And Malone is smart to get into their bench now.
A dozen from Malone in the first quarter. A perfect 4 of 4 from the field. Almost as important, Hornacek has contributed 9. They need him. Kukoc. They had a foul to give. It looked like he traveled, but just before that, the whistle blew for the foul.
Now, Chris Morris slaps him from behind, so he took the good foul. Bulls will have to inbound the ball with 8.4 seconds to go, and Greg Foster's going to come into the game. Now, Bob, the reason he's in right now, and you give him a rest here at the end of the quarter, the last 8.4 seconds, and then the time during the break.
Jordan, double teamed, forces up the quarter's final shot and misses it. A better start for Carl than for Michael. Once down by 9, Utah leads after 1 by 3. And you're watching the NBA on NBC.
What's the best way to deal with obstacles? Eliminate them. That's why Dell deals direct with every customer. So nothing comes between you and exactly what you want. Dell computers with Intel Pentium 2 processors. Got an appetite for success? Be direct, Dell. on the trucks that work big time during the Ford Big Time Sales Event. Get the biggest savings of the year on the biggest, toughest trucks ever built Ford Tough. Like up to $1,750 in savings on Ford Ranger 4x4s. That's up to $1,750 in savings for all Ford and GM owners. The world's biggest selling division wants your business big time. So save big at the Ford Big Time Sales Event. Going on now at your Ford dealer.
This summer,
I give my right arm for a siren right now.
if you're looking for fun, Warner Brothers invites you to join the gang. Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, Joe Pesci, Rene Russo, and Chris Rock in a Richard Donner film, Lethal Weapon 4.
This summer's gonna be lethal.
Rated R. Starts Friday, July 10th.
If you ask us, it just tastes better.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center, and early on, Scottie Pippen re-injured his back on that dunk shot that he had just at the beginning of the game. He has been in the locker room for the past 5 or 6 minutes trying to stretch that back out. He has both doctors in there. They're just trying to see what they can do to get him ready to play. And if anything else happens, I will be here to report it to you. Bob?
Ahmad, thanks a lot. Guys, as we begin the second quarter with Utah up by 3, something significant. They were able to make a run and turn this game around a bit with Howard Isley on the floor rather than John Stockton. And Isley did not play well for them in Chicago, so much so that Jerry Sloan barely used him with the game in doubt on Friday night.
Well, they went on a 17-5 run with Stockton sitting down, but also a key, they brought Antoine Carr in for Keith. So they got another offensive player in there, Bob. That was real critical for them.
As Jim Gray reported before the game, Isley has been suffering from vertigo. Apparently not dizzied by the heights of Game 6 tonight. Sandon Anderson with a nice move.
Every time Anderson comes in, they immediately go into post against either Burrell or Buechler.
Jordan opens the second quarter on the bench, which is usually the way Phil Jackson plays it. Whistle away from the ball from Hugh Hollins.
Again, Isaiah, Shandon Anderson in the post, and he just got Burrell down. Nobody helps him out. And that's a big weapon for them coming off the bench.
And, Doug, the danger is when you don't finish your job at home, Scottie Pippen comes on the road, he gets hurt. I remember when we were in the finals playing against the Los Angeles Lakers, and I got injured in the Game 6, sprained my ankle, turned the whole series around, and that's what may happen here.
Anderson picked up the foul a moment ago, and then it's Foster following him. 2 quick Utah personals here in the first minute of the second quarter. Knocked away from Wennington, ball loose, chased down by Foster. But then he loses it. An unforced error, to use tennis terminology. There were 2 white shirts there.
See, Bob, the difference right now is when you're resting Michael Jordan. With Pippen hurt, he's not out there with the anchor of that second team. Now you've got a team out there. Who's going to run the show? Who's going to be the guy to make sure that they run their offense and get the shots that they want? So this really hurts with Scottie Pippen being out of the lineup right now because you have to rest Michael Jordan at some point.
Kukoc is the only starter for either team on the floor right now. Foster on Tony. Wennington travels.
Playing out of character. Bill Wennington is a catch-and-shoot player. He's not a guy, Isaiah, that puts the ball on the floor.
Rodman to the scorer's table. He'll have to wait till the next whistle. Which comes almost right away. Another illegal defense against Chicago, the 4th.
Now, see, the reason that's illegal is Chris Morris is out above the three-point line. Judge Buechler can be no lower than the foul line. When he drops below that foul line, he's automatically illegal. So
Isley is selected to shoot the tee. after the first illegal defense, every subsequent one against you results in a technical foul shot.
See, Chris Morris is going to be out above the free. Look where Buechler is. He's illegal right now. So that's the call, and that's why they get the free throw.
Utah by 6. Foster on the move. And throws it away. 2 atrocious turnovers by Foster on consecutive possessions.
Try to do too much. Keep the game simple. You'll get minutes on the floor.
Kukoc. Chris Morris pulls in the rebound. Carr from Isley. Missed it off the glass. Rodman, good pass to Kukoc.
Great back cut by Kukoc. He set him up, then back cut, faked him off the screen. Great pass by Rodman. Great look by Kukoc.
Yeah, I say, though, Foster's got to push him over the top. That's what they did in the game 5, and Tony got 7 points to start the game.
Carr trying to back in on Rodman. It's off Anderson's hands, but recovered by Isley. 2 seconds to shoot. And he hits the 3! Are they calling the shot clock violation? Let's see. Dick Bavetta says yes. And they wave it off, though it appeared to me as if he had beaten it. See if the ball isn't out of his hand. 1 second. It's on the way, and they missed the call. Timeout with Utah's lead, still only 4.
Go to the finals, NBA.com.
Introducing the most luxuriously appointed Acura ever made, the RL Special Edition. With distinctive features like heated leather-trimmed seats, a 6-disc CD changer, diamond-cut alloy wheels, and accented body panels. However, by design, it is available only for a limited time. The RL Special Edition from Acura, the true definition of luxury, yours.
Can I get the Edge pizza? Sure. Here you go. This isn't the Edge pizza. The Edge pizza is the pinnacle of pizza taste. Fresh toppings serenaded by Italian herbs. A sprinkle of Parmesan and Romano cheeses. Savory sauce that sings with scintillation. The Edge pizza takes taste to the edge and beyond. Oh, that Edge pizza.
The Edge pizza, just $8.99. Only at Pizza Hut. The best pizzas under one roof. Play Pepsi Pop Culture. Just drink Pepsi or Mountain Dew. Match-winning phrases and win tons of cool prizes. From cash to trips. Even a new Jeep Wrangler. Pepsi Pop Culture. Drink, match, win. Hey, all these amazing prizes are just waiting to be won in Pepsi Pop Culture. So come on, play.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Pepsi, who invites you to join Generation Next. By Acura, the true definition of luxury, yours. And by Warner Brothers' new motion picture, Lethal Weapon 4, starting Friday, July 10th at a theater near you.
Well, it's a big break for the Chicago Bulls. Howard Isley lets this shot go. He gets it out of his hands, and you're going to see here, look, the shot clock actually should be at 1 here, but the ball is off. Right there you see it. The ball is in the air at 1. That should have counted. That's a big turnaround, and the Bulls get a big break there. Instead of up 7 Utah, now it's only a 4-point game.
Jim Gray tells us that on the Utah bench, Jerry Sloan said, "That's horrible, but I can't get thrown out of the game." He already has one technical and can't risk another. We have a further report on Scottie Pippen. Here's Ahmad.
All right, Bob, I just found out that they're working on Scottie Pippen in the back, and I've been told that Scottie says he's telling the medical staff that he is not able to play. So that could be the end of it for Scottie tonight. Bob?
Judd Bushler, who may get more minutes as a result, hits the shot from the side. Michael Jordan is also back in after resting about 2.5 minutes at the outset of the second quarter.
Now, if you remember, Bushler came in and gave Chicago big minutes in that Indiana series. He's going to need to do that again here tonight with no Pippen.
Malone around Rodman to the hoop and missed it. Out of bounds off Utah.
See, Luke Longley was just big there around the basket, and he forced Malone into a miss. Carl tried to get contact to get the foul, and it caused him to miss the layup, but Longley stood strong that time.
Utah does not have a single offensive rebound in this game. In Game 5, they had better success on the offensive glass than at any other time in the series. Contact between Anderson and Kerr. Offensive foul on Chicago.
These teams really complain a lot about this. So this is a pet play by Chicago. They make this little inside reverse pivot. Watch Kerr, and the man goes by, and he bumps him off on the turn. That's a good call. I know in coaching against Chicago, I used to always warn the officials on that play, because if you're going to let him turn, it's a very difficult play to guard, Zeke.
It's like the 49ers linemen used to do with that whiplash play where they kick their feet out and throw the defenders off balance.
Now it's Bushler who's nailed with a personal. Isley has just gone out. Stockton back in at point guard. Ryan Russell has also returned to Utah's lineup. That's Russell with the ball. Malone from Carr. And he walked with it.
See, Antoine Carr's got to be ready to step in and shoot that ball. They're doubling down on the block now, and Karl Malone swung him the basketball. He's got to shoot it. Those are the same shots he had the other night in Game 5 that he buried to help them get the win.
The Bulls can tie with a basket here or take the lead with a three. Jordan in and out on him, and Carr claims it. Carr from Stockton.
There you go. There you go.
Now you see Carr pull up and hit the 15-footer, but a moment ago he pulled up and missed that little easy bank shot off the glass. The 15-footer dead on is a better shot for him to take than the one off the glass.
Jordan wheels inside around Anderson, and again it's a two-point game. Michael has 10. Malone in traffic, got his own and put it back in.
That's that first offensive rebound that you talked about. Malone get it and got 2 points.
Malone feels very confident against Longley and Rodman right now. He feels that he can get anything that he wants underneath.
Jordan, daylight for three. 13 for Michael. Utah by 1. If Pippen can't go the rest of this game, and if there is a Game 7, inside it goes to Carr, and he hits the layup. How much more of the load can Jordan possibly carry? He played 45 minutes on Friday night. It's taking him a whole lot of shots to get his points through the finals. But if he doesn't step up, other than Kukoc, who else can? Here is Tony.
To follow up on your point, Bob, this would be a very wearing game for Jordan. So try to tire him down and wear him out. It'd be interesting to see if he'll have enough at the end of the game because of the minutes he's going to have to play.
Malone, tough catch, gathers it in, fade away. Carr to follow. Knocked Knocked away from behind, and he was fouled. It's number 1 on Jordan.
John Stockton with a beautiful pass in rhythm to Antoine Carr, and the pull-up jump shot on the secondary break. And then Karl Malone working once again in the post. He backs himself down strong. Misses it, but the great effort and the great hands to get the ball back and the finish. And in a give and go, the back door, the weak side help, Anderson finds Antoine Carr underneath, and the little finger roll, and Utah leads by 1.
You can only survive on what you find in the forest. We'll meet in 5 days here. Good luck.
The Honda CR-V has its own picnic table, waterproof storage compartment, and 2 power outlets. For those times when you have to rough it.
I love nature.
Who are you? I was hired by your roommate.
Well, out of my way, I want a Bud Light.
I don't think so.
This is ridiculous. I live here.
Sorry. You ain't on the list.
This? Is there a problem, Bruno?
Nothing I can't handle. That's what I like to hear.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Now am I on your list?
Let's see. Nope.
It's the biggest motorcycle engine on the planet. 6 cylinders. 6 carbs. 1,520 cc's. Only one custom motorcycle in the world can cruise like this. The Valkyrie from Honda.
Ever since Nikki McRae was a little girl, she wanted to be a professional basketball player. She spent years in the playground working on her game. And now she's taken that game to the nation's capital. She's the shooting guard for the Washington Mystics.
Hey, George, pretty exciting game, huh?
How should I know? We taped this on Wednesday. Just Shoot Me, Thursdays after Seinfeld.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center. Now an update on Scottie Pippen. The time that he was doing the stretching, trying to see if he could come back and play, he was in the officials' dressing room trying to get the stretching. He has now moved from that locker room to his own locker room, but the word is that he's still unable to play. Bob?
Ahmad, thanks a lot. What was the most important regular season game of the year? Undoubtedly the one at midseason here at the Delta Center, where Utah trailed the Bulls by 24 points early, 41-17, and rallied to win. Changed the outcome of that one game. And this series would have opened and ended if a 6th and 7th were required in Chicago rather than in Salt Lake City. It was that win that gave Utah home court and gives them a Game 7 if one is necessary here at the Delta Center rather than on the road. And do the Bulls face the remainder of this game and a possible 7th game either without Scottie Pippen or with a weakened Scottie Pippen?
Yeah, with the Bulls depleted right now, the Jazz must keep the pace of this game up. They've got to use their superior depth and just keep trying to wear Michael Jordan down.
Jordan into the lane. Tough shot. He was fouled. He'll come to the line with a chance to tie it.
So they really made the switch in Game 5. They started Russell on him, did a good job, and then they came in with Anderson. They put Hornacek on Pippen, and that really had an effect because Michael had to work a little bit harder in the post against Russell.
This is the 103rd game of the season for the Bulls and for Michael Jordan. Antoine Carr going out. Jordan hasn't missed a single game since he returned from baseball. Ron Harper returns to the Chicago lineup. He has also played more minutes than at any time since the '92 season when he was a much younger man. And now with Pippen ailing, he'll be asked to do even more if that's possible. it through a crowd to Anderson, who misses the floater. Rodman juggles the rebound, but saves it in. Only his second rebound tonight, and only his fifth in the last game and a half, after such a strong performance in Game 4. Michael springs free and takes the lob from Kukoc.
Great roll off of Russell. Faked up and spent off him. Kukoc put it right there for the easy lay-in for Jordan. I'm noticing, Doug, every time Malone gets it on the low post now, they're coming to double team, trying to keep Rodman out of foul trouble.
Hornacek returns it to Malone. Now has it back in a crowd and misses. Anderson flies in, can't hit the tip. Malone another try, and there it is for Utah.
You see, Rodman didn't even try to contest that shot underneath. Don't want to get in foul trouble, so Malone's going to have his way down there. Just have to be careful and take his time and not draw offensive foul.
Riding the seesaw, now it's Utah's turn to lead. Stockton knocked it away, Chicago ball. Phil still lobbying for that travel on Malone on the last possession, but ain't gonna happen. Michael, head fake, he travels. So Phil got the traveling call, but certainly not on the guy he wanted.
And Steve Kerr just said to Pavetta, hey, call it on Malone down at the other end. I talked to Rodman after the last game, and he felt that Malone traveled a lot. That's why he was able to get away from him.
Malone in the lane. Up and under against Rodman.
He's getting such deep position right now in Rodman. The Utah Jazz are executing their offense to perfection.
18 for the mailman. Jordan for three. And there's his answer.
I think that's his third three of the game, Bob. And going into this game, Kukoc and Pippen were a combined 4 for 23 from three at the Delta Center in the first two games.
It is his third tonight, and he has 19 points. Malone tries to answer, and can, and he has 20. A Jordan-Malone duel shaping up in Game 6. Kukoc on the run. He's in double figures now with 10.
Isaiah, how much is it going to take him to figure out that he's a left-handed player? And you can't let him come with his strong hand. You got to send him back to help.
He's such a good dribbler, and he gives you that hitch move, and it draws you out of position, and he gets you every time with it.
Kukoc on Russell. Gives him some room, and Russell accepts the challenge and drills the jumper. Utah by 2.
You got to make Tony Kukoc play defense, and that's what Brian Russell did on that possession.
It was Russell's first basket. Here's Michael. He's got 21.
I'm watching Jordan, and he's in such a nice rhythm offensively. Everything is coming very easy to him. And right now, they have to be really careful because this looks like this could be a 40-point game from him.
Tied at 43. Shaping up as a higher scoring game than we've generally had in this series. It's Hornacek.
See, Malone is getting the ball on the block where he wants it. They're running splits, they're running post-ups, and the Jazz are in a great rhythm right now.
Timeout, Chicago. Utah by 2 with 1:49 to play in the half.
It's an Acura 24-valve V6, like the Acura NSX. It's the power sequential multi-port fuel injection, like the NSX. It's four-wheel independent double wishbone suspension, like the NSX. It's comfortable seating for 5, like 2.5 NSXs. It's the TL from Acura, the true definition of luxury. Yours.
Every player has a weakness. Tonight, Mr. Grant Hill's weakness takes center court.
There's only one place to go for the irresistible taste of America's favorite fries. Did somebody say McDonald's? Enjoy the fries that have earned the right to be called America's favorite fries.
Coming up on the Prudential halftime report, Hannah Storm talks with Phil Jackson, who reflects on his years with the Chicago Bulls. Some pretty good memories, lots of question marks for the immediate future for the coach of the 5-time world champions. That's at halftime.
Let's watch the Michael Jordan possession that he scored on. Brian Russell, as he cuts, is going to give him a shot. Michael doesn't like it. Michael delivers a blow right there. So Russell pushes him back, and he catches it. Now you got an angry Michael Jordan. He squares up and buries the shot. So the referees let both of them get a blow in, and Michael finished with a jump shot.
8 of 14 thus far. Down by 2, the Bulls put it in play. Jordan's the guy they want, even more so than usual, and that's why. 15 of his 23 have come in this quarter. Hornacek off the back iron. After the missed 3, Chicago comes back, looking to take the lead. Russell trying to contend with Michael. Finally, he misses one. Anderson tries to save it, but was on the line.
Bob, the only thing you can hope for right now is that Michael Jordan's going to run out of energy, because he is in an unbelievable scoring mode. The backup and the fadeaway, and he hits the jump shot, and he comes back the next time, but he's wanting the ball in every possession. Can he play at this pace if Scottie Pippen can't play at all in the second half?
If ever there has been an athlete, at least in recent history, able to will himself beyond even his considerable physical talents, it has been Michael Jordan. As Skip Bayless of the Chicago Tribune put it earlier in the playoffs, he's that rarest of athletes, a supremely talented overachiever. Stockton's all over Kerr. Now it's Hornacek on Michael. Fade away. He's missed 2 in a row now. Hornacek brings it back the other way. Stockton from Malone.
Beautiful slip on that play. Stockton went across like he was going to set the screen on Longley. Michael relaxed just a moment. He flipped it. The give and go, Isaiah. That was a beautiful play.
And Doug, now that Malone has really taken advantage of Chicago inside, now the perimeter will free up. Now they have to pay attention to Malone. Now Stockton and Hornacek will be able to step up and play and get involved.
They were just putting a couple of seconds back onto the clock. Michael for 3. Hornacek takes the rebound. Jordan had made 3 3-pointers earlier in the half. He's now missed 3 shots in succession.
Big possession here for the Jazz. A chance to get this crowd alive and up 4 going in at half.
Shot clock and game clock virtually identical. Stockton fouled. Chicago had a foul to give. Utah ball from the side, still plenty of time. 6.9.
They love to run high screen roll here with Stockton and Malone. Hornacek works in behind the ball, or Russell for a 3-point shot.
The foul was on Kerr, his second. He goes out. Harper in. Better defensive player anyway. Malone. The bounce to Russell. 2 big assists in the last couple of possessions for Malone. 3 seconds. Michael to half court. From there. Almost. So Jordan had 23, matching his number in the first half, but missed his last 4. Malone generally more accurate in the course of scoring 20. Utah by 4, trying to force a Game 7. The Prudential halftime report is coming up next. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Sometimes you just have to want it more. When more points comes down to more passion. When you'd rather wound your body than your pride. When getting to heaven means going through hell. And either you have it in you or you don't. Gatorade, is it in you?
I remember when I took my driving test. Everyone was so sure I would pass. I was already a local racing champion, the pride of my village. Everything went perfectly. But just as I opened the door, at that moment, I realized what I had to do. Drive cars with no doors.
Spider-Man is like Castrol Syntec motor oil. And this is a harmful particle in your engine. Get the point? You see, Syntec's patented stabilizers seek out and neutralize harmful particles, protecting in ways other oils can't. Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant.
Bill, this must have been a great win for you.
Jack. See, I knew that was my last game. I was just so proud of those guys and myself. Every minute that I played for Celtics were a joy to me. From there, I couldn't go to heaven because leaving there and going anyplace else was a step down.
A revolution is coming every Sunday night on NBC. The biggest names in film are coming to the biggest movies ever made for television, like amazing new productions of Alice in Wonderland and the incredible Noah's Ark. You can't see them in theaters. You can only see them on NBC this fall.
Now that's music to my ears.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
It's halftime of Game 6 of the NBA Finals with the Jazz leading the Bulls 49-45. Michael Jordan has more than half of Chicago's points with 23. Karl Malone's terrific play continues for Utah. He has 20 points on 8 for 11 shooting. Hi, everyone. Hannah Storm back in Utah. Whether or not the Bulls are able to defeat the Jazz in this series, it seems apparent that Phil Jackson is coaching his final game or two for Chicago. Earlier today, I asked Jackson to look back on some of his most memorable moments as coach of the Bulls.
And now, memories, like the corner of my mind.
Misty watercolor memories of the way we were.
Your Chicago Bulls!
I think probably the most important moment is maybe the first meeting I had with Michael Jordan when I was the head coach and told him what we were going to do and asked him to be a willing partner to this collection. Share his leadership. I wanted him to share the ball with his teammates because so many of the plays originated with him and went through him that teams could focus solely on him defensively. That was probably the key moment for our team growing and the system being bought by Michael.
And the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
We're going to Disneyland.
first championship was a wonderful thing, and at that championship, Michael found his teammates. He found John Paxson for 6 or so jump shots in the fourth quarter. It really changed the direction of that game and helped us win the final game. And then I think the Phoenix game in our first three-peat, in which everybody touched the ball on the floor, and John Paxson knocked down the three-pointer, was really a climactic moment that just demonstrated the team play of that group.
Tonight, the Chicago Bulls uncover their new look for the 1995-96 season.
In this era of the late 90s of winning these championships, I think the inclusion of Dennis Rodman in this group is probably our peak addition. It was my call. And then bringing Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan in and talking to them about Dennis and how they felt the team would handle what his presence brought to our team, and accepting him for who he is, not what he does.
You still set the standard for greatness, determination, and leadership.
What was your most memorable moment with Michael Jordan?
Well, I think it was the day he came back to the ball club in March of, I think it was 95. I can't remember the year specifically, but that year he decided to come back. And we were watching tape in our film room after a ball game, and he shows up, and I knew right then that he was back. He was back to play. And it wasn't announced for a week and a half or so, but that was really probably the best moment, because there was just a connection that, hey, I'm going to come back and try this again. This is where I belong. I want to play basketball.
You got to move the ball. I want to have a split cut, which we send this guy early. This guy goes early. He goes ahead of the pass even.
How many times through this season, maybe even Friday night, have you thought, this is the last time I'll do this. This is the last time that I may be coaching at the United Center, coaching Michael Jordan?
Somewhere on the drive home, the whole family was in the car together, and they were just saying, Dad, that's the last time you go down there. And I said, yeah, you know, I packed my bags and brought them a collection of riffraff that's in my office home, you know, a couple days earlier, so I wouldn't have to think about it at this game, and try and not attach too much to that. It's sentimental, it's nostalgic, but I don't want to get hung up there.
So you've already cleared out your office?
Mm-hmm.
You're not coming back?
Pretty much so.
You afraid to look ahead, maybe the emotions that you might feel? Just trying to focus on the moment then?
Well, the head's a kind of a darkened path. You know, behind is all lit up, but it's, you know, where we've been. And right now, you know, unless we get this 6th championship, we'll always be known as the team that couldn't quite finish it out. We had our opportunity, which is what we wanted, but we got to complete the story. And this is a great story.
And so far, this story is a cliffhanger with a final chapter yet to be written. When we return, we'll get a preview of golf's U.S. Open, but first a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
My girls were in an accident. I called Prudential.
Good afternoon, Prudential.
They told me what to do.
We will do an estimate of the damages.
It was just wonderful.
And then begin immediate repair.
I can authorize a rental vehicle for you.
I have gotten other quotes from other insurance companies. I'm calling about the accident you reported today. They really can't compare. We'll do what we need to do to get this resolved as quickly as possible.
You're all set.
Thanks for calling Prudential.
I've found a good company, and I'm staying with them.
So the detective said the butler didn't do it. It was. My book! Let's go, Rick. Where's that page? I've got to finish my book.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me how your book ends?
No! Now I'll never know. Rick!
Oh, Rick, look what I've got. Good dog.
Rarely have so many champions been at the top of their game. Tiger Woods, Tom Watson, Davis Love, Justin Leonard, David Duval, Colin Montgomery, Fred Couples. They've all earned victories in recent weeks. Now they gather for the 98th U.S. Open, starting Thursday at 3 Eastern on NBC.
Welcome back to Utah, and a quick update now from Ahmad Rashad on Scottie Pippen's back condition. He is getting electrical stimulation right now on the injury. He is still in quite a bit of pain, and at this moment, he is still unable to play. He's played only 7 minutes in this game, scoring 4 points. Now, 4 days from now, the 98th U.S. Open Golf Championship gets underway from the Olympic Club in San Francisco. Among the early arrivals are Dick Enberg and Johnny Miller, who join us live. Dick?
Well, thank you, Hannah. When it comes to golf, he plays no favorites, Johnny, but when it comes to basketball, check that tie out. What colors are those?
Hey, I like Mike, but I love the Jazz.
All right, let's go from the NBA championship to what many consider our country's most coveted golf prize, hosted right here at the majestic and historic Olympic Golf Club. Its 4th U.S. Open Championship begins Thursday, and winning this prize is what the game's best want. It means you are national champion. Presently belongs to Ernie Els, twice a champion. But Tiger Woods, he's primed to win this country's greatest prize, and he's joined by an elite group of world-renowned stars, men who have worked their entire lives to become U.S. Open champion. And to add to the excitement, many of the game's biggest names, as you just saw prior to coming out here to San Francisco, have won titles in the past 3 months. There they are again: Els, Leonard, Love, Couples, Duvall, Watson, and Woods, and in Europe, Colin Montgomery and Lee Westwood. So, Johnny, the big guns are primed.
They are, and Ernie Els had to pull out of Westchester this week. I called him this morning in Orlando. He said his back's been treated. It's feeling pretty darn good. He's coming out tomorrow, and he says he's more focused because of the rest, and he's ready to win.
And Tiger?
Tiger, we heard from his camp, his strategy last year, Congressional, longest open course in history. He was too conservative off the tee, too many two irons and 3 woods. This year he's going to let those big guns roar, and we'll see what happens there. That ought to be interesting.
Well, we're going to see a golfer in a golf cart for the first time at the U.S. Open, Casey Martin.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Casey, through all the brouhaha of his court case in Eugene, Oregon, was able to win the Nike Lakeland Classic, which was amazing with all the press from all over the world. Same thing's going to happen here at Olympic Club at the U.S. Open. Everybody's going to be watching him. He's got the magic going. Who knows? Maybe it's destiny, but good luck, Casey.
Kismet for Casey. Well, many of the top players are already here and played practice rounds today at the Olympic. And the first television coverage will be right here on NBC Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock Eastern, 12 Pacific. So San Francisco is the golf capital of the world this week. Now back to the capital of the state of Utah and Hannah Storm.
Thank you, Dick. And before we depart, this note on the NBA's labor situation and its possible impact on the World Championships in Greece this summer. According to a report in the Boston Globe, the 12 NBA players selected to the U.S. team have decided to boycott the championships if the NBA imposes a lockout on July 1st. Meanwhile, the Utah Jazz trying to take the NBA Finals to a 7th game. They lead the Bulls by 4. We send it back to Bob, Doug, and Isaiah for the second half after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
For years, English has been taught with books and tapes. But on Thursday nights, we've tried a radically new approach.
I'm not wearing a blouse.
I'm not wearing a blouse.
ER has had a positive effect on their counting skills.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, whatever works.
Clear!
NBC Thursday nights, a valuable learning tool.
For the love of God, live!
This game is brought to you in part by United Airlines.
Mom, when are we gonna get there? How many more miles?
Ever since you started traveling, it's been like this. You're left hanging with no idea what's going on. That's why United Airlines provides up-to-the-minute information at the gate.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Especially when there's a delay. It's just one more way United is rising.
Impressive power, payload, and towing. 3 important bonuses for Dodge Dakota owners. But we'd like to show you a few more, like a Magnum V6 at no extra charge. And you get available air, cassette stereo, and more. Plus, select customers get a Dodge owner's bonus of $500 cash back, which means you could own this new Dodge Dakota for as little as $14,345. Now, that's a bonus you can bank on, but only for a limited time. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
I win! I win!
If you like winning, play the Illinois Lottery's big game. With 9 ways to win and an average of 100,000 Illinois winners every week, you gotta like your chances.
Winning number is 17. I win again!
The Mega Million Dollar Big Game. Play to win. What's the best way to deal with obstacles? Eliminate them. That's why Dell deals direct with every customer. So nothing comes between you and exactly what you want. Dell computers with Intel Pentium 2 processors. Got an appetite for success? Be direct, Dell.
Michael Jordan had 23 on 9 of 19 in the first half. Karl Malone scored 20, and it took him only 11 shots, of which he made 8. Utah in front by 4 at 49-45. With Doug Collins and Isaiah Thomas, we welcome you back to the Delta Center. Just prior to the start of the second half, we take a look at the Miller Lite halftime stats.
Bob, a great half by both teams shooting the basketball. Michael Jordan took 19 of the 33 shots with with the Scotty not being out there. Can he keep that pace up? And Rodman only 2 rebounds. They're going to need his energy. And for Utah, Antoine Carr came off the bench and gave him 7 points. So he's now 19 points in the last 4 quarters. Utah shot 61%, and Hornacek, Malone, and Stockton were 14 of 22 for 35 points. And you look at Malone leading the Jazz with 20 points. Hornacek, more importantly, with 11. You see Malone going inside, which has freed Hornacek up to play outside. Hornacek only averaging 9 attempts in this series, already put up 8 shots. Michael Jordan leading the way for Chicago with 23 points, and Kukoc with 10. Now, Chicago must find a third scorer. You look at Jordan scoring most of his points from the left side of the court. Loves to play on the right side. Let's watch and see in the second half if he can get some shots off in the second on the right side of the court.
You never know when it's going to happen, but when it does, you'll never forget it.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know how to get to the freeway from here?
The first time someone calls you sir. At a moment like this, head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a sporty new 98 Eclipse. Right now with just 0.9% APR financing for 48 months. Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
First of all, I like to run the point guard, you know, do a little dribbling, like to do a lot of dishing, go to the hole. It's very rare when you see a big man my size go to the hole. Playing a little power forward, I like to box out, do a lot of screening. Mean on the pick, you know, sometimes. I run across a pick of mine, you might get a dislocated shoulder, something like that. In the paint, the painted area, that's my house. That belongs to me. When you cross that free throw line, you're in trouble. I like to play for the sport of it. You know, I used to play football, play basketball just to stay in shape.
Can I get the Edge pizza?
Sure. Here you go.
This isn't the Edge pizza. The Edge pizza is the pinnacle of pizza taste. Fresh toppings serenaded by Italian herbs. A sprinkle of Parmesan and Romano cheeses. Savory sauce that sings with scintillation. The Edge pizza takes taste to the edge and beyond.
Oh, that Edge pizza.
The Edge Pizza, just $8.99. Only at Pizza Hut. The best pizzas under one roof.
Wednesdays, this summer.
He defends the weak and abused.
Only one man.
Let me help you.
Can become anyone.
Hello.
Who the hell are you?
Jared Barber.
The Pretender. NBC Wednesdays, this summer.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center where the Jazz lead the Bulls by 4. Now, the big story here in the first half has been the condition of Scottie Pippen's back. He has really been hurting. But during the halftime, the massage therapist gave him ice, massage. His back was having spasms. He got the spasms to stop, and Scottie Pippen is back out here on the floor. Whether or not he'll be able to play and play effectively, we'll find out. He is starting the second half. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Well, they thought that Scottie Pippen was going to be out of the game, so Jerry Sloan told his guys they were going to focus a lot more attention on Michael Jordan. All of that, of course, could change now. Very unhappy with the way they defended the screens. He wants them to get over the screens instead of running through them. Happy with everything offensively. Bob?
All right, Jim, and here we go. Utah in possession as we start the third quarter. Malone right to work.
Hornacek on Pippen. It's Kukoc. The three spins out. Hornacek with rebound position. Utah in front by 6. Stockton pounding the dribble into the floor. Now into the lane he goes. Outside to Russell. Hedge fake. Now Stockton. Air ball grabbed by Keith. Blocked back in his face by Pippen, and a 24-second violation as they never hit the rim.
Now remember, when Adam Keefe was in the game as a starter, Utah got off to a very slow first quarter start because they were playing 4-on-5. So if that starts to occur, Jerry Sloan might have to go to his bench. Adam Keefe has got to be an offensive rebounder. He's got to be aggressive.
4 of the first 5 games were very close and very exciting. But through the first half, this is actually the best played game, the best pace and rhythm of any of the games of the series. Longley out to Scotty with 5 seconds to shoot. It'll be Kukoc. He has 12.
Now Scotty's back out on the floor, but he's still moving very gingerly.
Malone inside and a whistle before the shot, and a Chicago foul.
Now you watch Scotty Pippen, and let's take a look at how he's running. You see, he's laboring to get up and down the court. That back is still bothering him. Let's see how he goes.
The foul was Longley's 3rd. Stockton stumbles. And on the steal, Chicago recovers the ball and asks for timeout. Coach, is that the time you want to use one? It does preserve the possession, but you use up a timeout.
Well, Phil has the option here to take a 20 if he wants it, so it looks like he wants to save his 20, use the timeout now. Harper with a great hustle play. You're going to see him roll over and get the timeout before Utah can force the jump ball.
So we'll step aside with 10:03 to play in the 3rd.
If necessary, Game 7, Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on NBC.
Hi, I'm looking for Pine Street.
Go down to the fork in the road. Right, but make sure you take the left fork. Right. Then you see a big brown dog. Keep straight. 2 blocks down the street, you see a man named Slappy selling maps. Don't buy one. You already got one. Right. Hang a right at Slappy. That's a left, right? A right. Left. Right. Okay. Right. Keep straight. Watch out for the goat. Then you see a big McDonald's and...
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Aren't you glad we brought you in?
I'm glad.
There you are, thinking you're the same old you've always been.
Hi, Mrs. Combs. Oh, what a day.
When some babysitter finally clues you in.
Danielle, he's like, he doesn't like you. I'm just like, ugh. You're so lucky. You don't have to worry about being cool anymore.
Yep, you heard right. The question is, what do you do now? Why not head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a new 98 Montero Sport with just 0.9% APR financing? Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
Sometimes a man gets too hungry to clean his hands properly. The powdered sugar on this donut puts a semi-protective barrier between your fingerprint and your nutrition. But even if some grease does get on that donut, well, that's just flavor to a High Life man.
Miller Genuine Draft presents even more basketball.
Well, the last 2 MVPs have been Michael Jordan and Karl Malone, so you see them working their magic. Michael fields the pressure, reverses for the lob, the fading jump shot. Been terrific, and Karl Malone with the great hands in the second shot, then the deep post position on Rodman in the layup, and he too with the fading jump shot. So both of these guys have been terrific for their individual teams today. It's been the best played game offensively we've had in the series.
And in recognition of this look inside the game, Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. Chicago ball down by 4. Pippen's jumper over Hornacek won't go. Malone waits for the traffic to clear, then hands to Stockton. Malone against Longley. And a foul, and if it's Longley, it's his fourth.
He's just not quick enough, Isaiah, to get up and body him, because when he makes the first quick step, Luke can't slide over and get in front of him. He sticks his knee out. Now, this is twice in this quarter. Malone has gotten a layup the first possession, and now he's gotten 2 fouls. He bodies up against him, he sticks the left knee out, and Malone goes right to the basket to get the contact. Longley's got to be a little smarter down there. He's giving Malone no resistance, Doug. I'm watching him as he's moving around. He's not even trying to guard him. It's poor defense by Longley and great offense by Malone.
He sits, Rodman enters. Russell for 3. Malone in between 2 red shirts, pulls it down, and now he and Rodman all tangled up. And it's Malone's turn to laugh and taunt a bit.
It's a great hustle play by Karl Malone. You're going to see him. He just wants the basketball. 2 Chicago Bulls, and he reaches in there with those powerful arms and just rips it away. The foul on Dennis Rodman.
His second. Hornacek into the lane. Knocked away from him, but another Chicago foul. It's the Bulls' 4th foul, barely more than 3 minutes into the period. Utah doesn't have one yet. Michael hit with his second. This summer, NBC gives you double Frasier's every week. Tuesday at its regular time and a Sunday episode too. Must-see comedy with Frasier Tuesday and Sunday all summer on NBC.
See, it's so important for Karl Malone to attack the defense, Isaiah, so even though he doesn't shoot free throws, he gets them in foul trouble. Now 14 fouls. So from here on in, the next foul that the Bulls commit, Utah will shoot free throws. That could be very vital for them scoring here in this 3rd period. Doug, I love the way Karl Malone is playing right now. I mean, he's doing everything for the Utah Jazz.
Jordan pulls up and connects. 25 for MJ.
Jerry Sloan was very upset. Adam Keefe did not show out on that screen. Michael came off there, not with the idea of passing. He knew his team needed 2 points.
Malone from 20. Keefe got a hand on it and then pokes it away from Jordan and out of bounds. Pippen is on the floor, but not with his usual ball handling responsibilities. This is Scotty out high, immediately returns it to Harper. A little jump hook is good.
Just the presence of Pippen on the floor, you've got to be able to honor him, and he's a great post feeder.
Chicago back to within 2. Malone from Hornacek. Rodman managed to wrest it away from him, then Harper takes it. Malone argues that he was fouled. It's Kukoc dealing it out to Rodman. Harper trying to tie the game, but hold on, says Danny Crawford. Foul on Stockton is second.
Now Malone got great post position here. He's got to finish this play. He leaves it short on the rim, and then the second effort, he thought he got fouled on the wrist there, and he did get fouled, so he should be upset on that play.
Adam Keefe out, Chris Morris in for Utah. Here's Jordan. Off the back iron, Rodman trying to keep it alive. A tremendous hustling attempt, but Utah gets the ball.
Now you're saying, why Chris Morris? Because he's a better offensive player, and he can play against the Tony Kukoc. You say, why not Antoine Carr? I think Jerry Sloan knows he's only got so much gas in his tank, and he'd like to have it for the 4th quarter.
Malone had it go through his hands, and Rodman takes it.
I don't know, Doug. If I'm Jerry Sloan, I put Antoine Carr in the game. I don't mess around. I don't mess around with Chris Morris.
Kukoc can't tie it. Malone clears it. Stockton into the lane, tried the up and under on Harper, but it wouldn't go. And Chicago gets it back. That rhythm and flow, which we saw almost throughout the first half, pretty much has disappeared here in a choppy third quarter.
Bob, I just saw eye contact. Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. Scottie normally brings the ball up. He said, Michael, you come get it. Michael does not want to bring the ball up the floor. He has to use too much energy that way.
Is Pippen anything more than a decoy now on offense for Chicago?
He's the initiator of the offense. That's all he can do is be a post feeder and be a presence out there, just so that they have to honor him.
4 seconds to shoot. Jordan missed it just before the shot clock sounds. Rodman battling like crazy, but can't quite hold on to it. Hornacek, he and Malone, Rodman and Malone, and Rodman just trips Malone up. They got to call a flagrant here. They've got to call a flagrant. It's the third on Rodman. He and Karl Malone, regrettably, are scheduled to wrestle in one of those bogus events next month. Why Malone wants to lower himself to that is anyone's guess. And Rodman apparently wants to start the wrestling now.
I tell you what, I love what I'm seeing, the battle between these two guys. They're fighting, giving it everything they got. Both of them are trying to push and shove and gain position. Karl Malone gives them a little knock. But at the end of the play, what I like the most is Malone and Rodman both gave each other a pat on the butt and said, hey, that's the way we play. That's the way we like to play.
Was a flagrant called for there? What do you think?
I don't think that's a flagrant foul. The officials looked at the play, and they knew both of them were bumping and shoving. I think that's just good, hard-nosed basketball.
We'll be back.
Please, don't drive drunk.
You never know when it's going to happen, but when it does, you'll never forget it.
Excuse me, sir? Do you know how to get to the freeway from here?
The first time someone calls you sir. At a moment like this, head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a sporty new 98 Eclipse. Right now with just 0.9% APR financing for 48 months. Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
Yo, listen up. Our fugitive is wanted on the ticky-tack file. Find it. Man, we ain't got time for that. But it's fun. Man, come on, man. I think we lost the set. What's up, dog? One last whistle, happy ref. One more happy ending for the fun police.
It's been the year of the home run in baseball. With Mark McGwire and Ken Griffey Jr. leading the way. What will happen when the All-Star game comes to Colorado and home run happy Coors Field, baseball's top launching pad? Major League Baseball's All-Star game, Tuesday night, July 7th on NBC.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that whenever you feel good, it's Miller time. By the full line of vehicles from Mitsubishi, built for living. And by the irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's?
Well, the series was way too pretty here in the first half. Now they're getting down to the basketball we've seen. Rodman and Malone go down. That's one. Here they go, two. Finally, the third time, the foul is called. And I think it was a good no call that it wasn't a flagrant because I think both guys were wrestling. And now watch Michael Jordan give Brian Russell a shot, and then Russell gives Michael a little pushback. So all of a sudden, temper's starting to flare here, little Bob, as we get down to the Game 6 here in the fourth quarter.
Rodman very ineffective thus far. Just lost the best out of 3 balls to Malone. And after I watched the whole replay, I'd agree with you guys that a flagrant wasn't called for because Malone had thrown that elbow up around the chin just before Rodman tripped him at the end of the whole wrestling sequence. So probably best just to call the foul on Rodman and leave it at that.
And Bob, that's Dennis Rodman's way of trying to get in Karl Malone's head. However, Karl Malone is smart enough as a basketball player that he's not going to let that throw him out of his rhythm. We saw where Dennis Rodman will get Alonzo Mourning out of his rhythm or some of the other guys. Malone understands Dennis Rodman, and he's not going to let that bother him.
Malone has 23. And can't add to it. Kukoc takes it down. Chicago trails by 3 as we move inside 6 minutes to play in the third. Here's Pippen. The bad back makes Hornacek's assignment on him a whole lot easier. Left alone, he doesn't take the 3. Michael, fade away.
If I'm Hornacek, I make Pippen make one of those shots. He's really rushing out to close out on him. He's got to show me he can shoot that ball before I'm too concerned with him. I got to be more worried about Michael Jordan.
Jordan has 27 to Malone's 23. Here's Malone again. He was fouled. The basket would have counted, but it wouldn't stay down. It's on Pippen his first.
Now you watch Michael Jordan on the repost, takes a quick bounce, the reverse spin, fakes Russell out and shoots a nice fadeaway tape. But I agree with you, Doug. I would make Scottie Pippen make one of those three-point shots before I leave Michael Jordan alone in the low post.
Malone is averaging 23.8 for the series coming into this game. That's exactly what he averaged in the 6-game loss last year to Chicago. But that average will go up a bit after today. Makes them both. Michael's pass to Scotty. And finally, the tip drops. Rodman gets credit for the basket, but it looked like Pippen was not able to show us the usual body control that he'd normally have to finish off that play.
Usually he would dunk that ball.
Harper on the foul this time.
Yeah, Isaiah, normally Scotty catches this ball in the back door and jumps up, and Howard dunks this. You can see he could barely get off the floor, but Rodman with a great tip.
And when you have a back injury, Doug, it's hard for you to squat and use your legs to get the lift. So therefore, you're jumping from a standstill and straight up position.
Tonight on Dateline Sunday, a tornado rips through the Midwest. And the program also has survivor stories from Mount Rainier. That's Dateline tonight after the game. It's at 10 o'clock for those of you on the West Coast. Harper grabs the rebound as Stockton makes one of 2. Utah by 2. Jordan. Off target. Rebound Malone. Hornacek driving on Jordan. Knocked away from him. Still Utah ball. 4 on the shot clock. When Malone grabbed that last rebound, it was noticeable that Rodman backed away. He's already got 3 fouls, speaking of Dennis. And with Longley on the bench with 4 fouls and pretty much ineffective throughout the series when he has been in there, Rodman's got to be very careful. Knocked out, 3 on the shot clock. Howard Isley back on the floor now. Stockton getting a breather with 4:15 to play in the third. Pippen got a hand on it. They've got to shoot it in a hurry, and they can't get it off in time. 24-second violation against the Jazz. Is it time, as we get a quick look at Jerry Sloan and the laboring Scottie Pippen, is it about car time again?
Well, I think what Jerry's trying to do is buy as many minutes as possible. He's still got a 2-point lead. And Antoine Carr is a guy that maybe gives him 24, 25 points, and here he comes, or 25 minutes. Here he comes right back into the game. So Jerry realized that he needs somebody out there that can shoot the basketball.
Pippen giving it his best, and that time it was good enough.
As we said, with that back injury, that little jump hook in the middle is an easier shot for Pippen to shoot because he can extend with his long reach and his arm length.
Tied at 57. Hornacek had a good first half and hits this one.
They're really making Michael work on a lot of splits. Hornacek is being very active. They know that Michael is the majority of the offense today, so they've got to keep him in motion.
15 for Hornacek. Now trying to guard Pippen. Scottie splits the defense, can't hit the bank, but Rodman with a second tip.
That's the energy we talked about that the Bulls needed from Dennis Rodman. He gave them nothing in the first half. That's 2 tipped in for 4 points here in this third period.
A whistle from Danny Crawford, a Chicago foul. It's on Pippen, and it's his second.
You watch Pippen in the low post. They come to double team with Russell, and as he goes up for the shot, that leaves Rodman clear for a clear tap in on the offensive glass. Now you watch Pippen trying to get up and down the court. He's really laboring and really working hard.
Scottie has come out. Kukoc, Burrell, and Kerr all in. There's Pippen heading back to the locker room again to try to stretch out that ailing back. Russell missed the first, but connects on the second. Utah by 1.
Well, the only thing that's saving Utah in this quarter to keep them in the lead is the free throw line. Those early fouls have hurt Chicago, and Utah's taking advantage of it.
Kukoc knocked away, and there's a Utah foul. It's just their second of the period.
Doug, I've watched Jordan the last 4 plays, and he's picking his spot to get some rest out on the court. He's not playing Hornacek as tough because I think he knows that at the end of the game, he's going to have a lot of energy.
Rodman out to Michael. Now screening for him. Morris fights through the screen. Michael takes him baseline. Draws the contact and the foul. Michael's going to go to the line. Chicago, which generally has had many more free throws throughout the series than Utah, has hit 4 of 5 free throws in this game. Utah 15 of 21. As you said earlier, Doug, a huge difference.
Well, Chicago's done a good job now in this quarter of disrupting Utah's offense. It's not flowing as easily as it was. They took the fouls. They've got him on the free throw line. But you're not seeing the same open looks. I think with Rodman being out there, he really helped disrupt Malone's timing. Now Longley's back in the game. We'll see if they're able to attack him either with Carr or Karl Malone.
Kukoc goes out as Longley checks back in. Tied again at 60. Malone left block where he likes it best against Rodman. When the double comes, he dishes it out to Carr. Now it's Hornacek. 3 seconds to shoot. Now they're going to have to force it. Hornacek off the back rim. Carr on the board. But there's a loose ball foul on Antoine Carr. It's his second.
You see how the Utah is using so much of the shot clock now? That's not what they did in the first half, Bob. They got their shots up earlier in the clock. Now the Bulls have them working against that shot clock. They're not getting good looks. And they're going to have to speed up the tempo of their offense now.
Jordan on the move against Morris. Double pumps. Misses the scoop. Malone will clear it. Inside 2 minutes to play in the period. on Carr. Missed it.
I think the one guy that needs to get involved for Chicago right now is Luke Longley. He hasn't taken a shot the whole game. He's got to put some pressure on Malone in that low post.
Here's Burrell. He's off target. Back comes Utah looking for the lead. It's Chris Morris. Hornacek in the right place at the right time.
It's the early offense. They got the shot up, and they didn't let Chicago get back and get set up. And so even though they missed it, they got a chance for a second shot opportunity.
17 for Hornacek. Easily his best game since game 2. Michael confronted by Carr after he blew by Morris. And Jordan will come to the line.
The fast break here by Chris Morris. He doesn't get the shot to go, but you see Chicago now not guarding a man really, but an area. And there's Hornacek with the offensive rebound, Isaiah. They got to pick up the tempo a little bit. Right now, it's become 2 half court, and Chicago's got them in a situation using too much clock.
Michael misses the first as we check in with Jim Gray.
All right, John Stockton is now back on the bench. He was in the locker room for about the past 7 minutes. He was getting a chiropractic adjustment. Several places he felt a little twinge. Went back there, saw the chiropractor. They worked it all out, and he will return to the game. Bob?
He's been struggling with something of a sore back throughout this series. 1 of 2. Utah by 1 and with the ball. Isley hands it to Carr. Isley much more effective here on his home floor than he was in Chicago. Gets the assist there. Longley's shot. Isley the rebound.
Last shot of the quarter here. Be big for Utah if they get a score. It'll push it to 5 or 6.
They're on their feet at the Delta Center. Kerr on Isley. Around Keith's screen. Now he gets it back. And hits just before the buzzer. From pushing this to a game 7. Utah leads by 5. Getting a rare contribution, at least in this series, from Adam Keith. We're back after these words from your local station. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
There you are, thinking you're the same old you've always been.
Hi, Mrs. Combs. Oh, what a day.
When some babysitter finally clues you in.
Danielle, she's like, he doesn't like you. I'm just like, oh, you're so lucky. You don't have to worry about being cool anymore.
Yep, you heard right. The question is, what do you do now? Why not head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a new 98 Montero Sport with just 0.9% APR financing? Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
There are many types of athlete sport that eat your feet alive. Don't just cure some, kill them all. Lotrimin AF. Full prescription strength medicine. The brand doctors recommend most. Lotrimin AF. The killer cure.
You know why the 99-cent Super Value menu has lasted 9 years? Because the food is so good. And because day in and day out, you can't get a better value. 9 years. Look at that. I still have the same tie.
Wendy's Super Value Menu, 99 cents every day.
You're watching the home of Wimbledon, NBC Sports.
This game is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealer.
Ford's big-time sales event just got better. With 0.9% financing for up to 48 months on 5 top sellers. That's 0.9% on Escort, DX2, Contour, Taurus, and Ranger. Plus, current owners of Ford, Lincoln Mercury, and GM vehicles get an additional $500 cash bonus. That's 09 plus a $500 bonus, or $750 to $1250 cash back, plus a $500 bonus. It's Ford's big-time sales event. Visit your neighborhood Ford store today.
Hey, Pip, what's wrong, man?
My son's first game is today. I just wish I could be there.
Scotty, he has a free throw to win the game.
Mom, just let me listen. Yeah. I know. I was there.
ClearPath. So clear, it's like you're there.
Get Ameritech's new ClearPath offer for only $45 a month. Call 1-800-MOBILE-1 for details.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Howard Eisley, after a miserable Game 5 with no points and 5 turnovers, today has been big. He's helped rest Stockton. You see the kick down to Antoine Carr and the dunk. And in the last possession of the quarter, makes a pass that Adam Keefe makes a terrific catch on behind him and finishes. Today, Eisley has 1 point and 3 assists, no turnovers. He's given him good numbers off the bench, and Karl Malone likes the fact that he's watching and his team is increasing the lead.
As we start the fourth quarter, Michael Jordan has scored 29 points. He's 10 of 24. At one time, he was 9 of 15. That means he's just one of his last 9. He's played 34 of the 36 minutes so far after playing 45 of 48 on Friday night. Remember, in the fourth quarter Friday, he was just 1 of 7 from the floor. You have to believe fatigue is an important factor now.
I think with Michael Jordan, he's smart enough to rest on defense and try to conserve his energy for offense.
Here he is on offense. And he'll be coming to the foul line just as the fourth quarter starts. But even those poundings take something out of him, right, as he goes to the basket.
Now, those are the things that take the most energy out of you. And the reason why, because if you can imagine yourself, if you had to wrestle with an individual for 2 minutes, that's very tiresome. However, when you're running up and down the court, that's an aerobic exercise. That doesn't take a lot out of you. So him going to the basket, taking that pounding, that takes a lot more out of you.
And also, right now is normally the time that Michael Jordan rests. He tries to rest the first couple minutes of the fourth quarter without Pippen. He's not going to get that rest, so we'll see what that does as the game wears on.
But Jordan is the one individual that I've seen in this game since I played that can carry his team in the fourth quarter, even when he's fatigued.
He's already played more games and more minutes than at any time in his career. Eisley, big hoop for Utah.
Tell me confidence isn't an unbelievable thing. This is the same kid we watched in Game 5 who didn't even want to dribble the basketball. Today, he's making some big plays for his team.
Jordan against Anderson. He's still Michael Jordan. Whatever he has lost, through fatigue, through age, through whatever, has only brought him somewhat back to the field. He still leads the field. Morris out of the corner. Rodman with board position on Antoine Carr. Chris Morris has had a lot of open looks at threes like that in this series. Usually he's pretty good with them. In this series, he hasn't been able to hit them. Rodman drills a 20-footer and gives it that go-figure gesture.
Now remember, in Game 2 in here, he hit that same shot to tie the game. This one brings him to within 1.
Eisley returns it to Keefe on a screen roll, and he blows the dunk. He argues that he was fouled, but he should have finished it anyway. Now Keefe heads for the bench, and Malone comes back. Chicago can take the lead.
Now Malone has to guard Kukoc now on the perimeter. Watch that matchup.
Jordan between the legs and the jumper. Off target, rebound Morris. Malone hands it back to Morris, who converts on the reverse. Timeout, Chicago.
Now you watch Jordan using all his energy on offense. To go drive hard to the left, He shoots the fadeaway J. And then Rodman, go figure, right? Lined up straight in, shoots it right in, and even he's surprised. And you watch Chris Morris moving without the basketball. Malone with the beautiful feed. Morris with the reverse layup off the glass. Beautiful basketball by Utah.
Go to the finals, NBA.com.
38 shots, 2 passes, 2. Man, you ain't even letting the ground touch the ball.
There's only one set of prints on this ball. Your son.
No, I pass. Sometimes.
Pass the ball, dog. Come on, pass me the ball. Pass the ball, dog.
Jimmy, do it. The man says pass the ball.
I'm waiting. GP, I think I got something.
It's never easy busting a kid who hasn't learned that passing is fun. You just hope he turns him around.
Select road. Validating tires. BF Goodrich. Approved.
What kind of road can you drive on with BF Goodrich tires?
Enjoy.
Any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires. Take control.
There are a lot of things that make a Chevy Cavalier a smart buy. Things like the most comprehensive standard safety package in its class. Smart. And the fact that AAA named Cavalier a top car. Very smart. But what makes it an even smarter buy is that you can get great GMAC financing. And when you can get all that on the lowest priced car to offer anti-lock brakes standard, missing this opportunity would be, well, Cavalier from Chevrolet.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser. Now is the perfect time to enjoy a fresh, cold Beechwood aged Budweiser. By Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. And by BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center. Now the strategy on Scottie Pippen, they had him in the back. They were putting ice on his back and electrical stimulation for pain relief, and they were trying to bide their time up until the 10-minute mark to bring him back out and see if he could play the last 10 minutes of the game. As you can see, he's back. He's on the floor. We just have to see how it goes. Bob?
Ahmad thanks Michael Jordan's first rest of the second half, and you'd have to guess it will be brief.
Utah right now has got to force Phil Jackson's hand. They got to stop him, and they've got to get some scores to make him come back and not get his normal rest.
Kukoc spins to the hoop and misses the bank. Bushwood chases it down.
They got a new shot clock. I didn't see that ball hit the rim.
Kukoc out of the corner. That one's short. And Malone grabs the rebound. And he asked for a 20-second timeout because he was in danger of toppling out of bounds.
I think what you're going to see right now with Chicago is Tony Kukoc is going to try to put the pressure defensively on Karl Malone. Isaiah, he's an he's a first-team defensive player, but he's used to playing around the basket. Kukoc can beat him with his speed, and let's see if he tries to break him down out on the perimeter.
And the dangerous player and the X factor for Chicago on the floor right now is Jud Buechler. Keep your eye on him because he'll come up with the hustle plays and the energy plays to keep Chicago involved.
Stockton now is back into the game after that 20-second timeout, so he too has had back problems. He's back in now for the finish.
Until he has exploded in the last couple of games, all the talk about Karl Malone concerned his scoring, but he has always been a terrific all-round player. Tonight, more evidence. 25 points, yes, but 10 rebounds and 6 assists. And we still have 9:16 remaining. Stockton. A the dribble against Kerr. Trying to find Malone, but they get a hand on it, and Rodman grabs it. Kukoc, a three would tie it. 4 seconds to shoot. Stockton knocks it away from Kerr. Malone tumbles. Should be a 24-second violation since no one had established clear possession of that loose ball, and that is what's called.
How about Karl Malone going for this loose ball? Now, John Stockton normally will come up with this ball. You can see he can't bend over with that back, but Karl Malone with a great hustle play that gives his team that opportunity now for the loose ball on the 24-second shot clock violation.
Michael is at the scorer's table. He's coming back. The next time play stops.
Remember now, that likes to go to Anderson in the post on Buechler.
Carr from 20 feet. It spins out and Rodman is there. Brian Russell comes off Jerry Sloan's bench. As soon as he saw that Jordan was about to come back in, he calls on Russell, who probably will guard it. Kukoc to tie it.
There was a great screen by Steve Kerr to open up Tony Kukoc. Sacrificed his body, took on the bigger Malone, so Kukoc can nail the three.
15 for Tony.
Utah's got to get some movement.
Morris to a cutting Anderson, who was bumped. The basket may count. It does.
Bob, you can see now, Karl Malone has a tough time on the perimeter. He doesn't like to play out here, so he gets bumped and he just tries to run through the screen. Kukoc gets the bare three and knocks it down. And in the good movement here, you got to get a slash and a cut to get to the basket. Too much standing around for Utah. An opportunity now for the three-point play, which they get.
The foul on Kerr was his third. Jordan back in. Takes the pass from Pippen. Russell is on him. He gets by him. Now Carr comes over and commits the foul.
You see, they're so conscious of Michael Jordan coming off the screen. He gave Russell the fake. Then he came baseline, and watch as he braces himself to absorb the contact. Knows that he's going to get fouled. He's going to go to the line. Watch Jordan at the end of this game, the last 7 minutes, attacking the basket, trying to get to the foul line.
See, Michael is too good at finishing, though. You can't give him that baseline drive because he's going to get a foul. I said you got to push him back to the middle where you can help.
Jordan is now 7 of 10 at the line. Kerr out, Harper in. We're told that the brief stoppage was because of a sign one of the fans was holding, and it had some offensive language on it. So they had it removed. Dennis Rodman, we're told, was the only player to protest its removal. Hornacek guarded by Jordan. Malone over Dennis. Rebound Pippen. Hornacek slapping at it. Scotty just hobbling around. The foul is on Antoine Carr, and that's his fourth.
Utah has gotten very stagnant here right now, Isaiah. They've really bogged down and really started in the third quarter. The free throw line kept them in it, but right now, they're really struggling scoring.
And this was Chicago's defense has been dominant against Utah in the fourth quarter.
Jordan with the jumper. And with 37 points, as Utah falls behind now for the first time since midway through the second quarter.
See, he's headed for 40. I would start double-teaming Jordan every time he touched it.
Brian Russell went down, and there's a foul on Kukoc.
Look, you talk about wanting to bring Jordan to the middle, but his game is so complete. And when you bring him to the middle, he's able to come right to that right hand, square up and shoot it right from the free throw line.
It's Chicago by 1, and you're watching the NBA on NBC.
Budweiser has 12 breweries located across the country. The Budweiser that you get from your local brewery is usually the freshest beer available in the marketplace. Budweiser sells very quickly. The average age of Budweiser on the shelf is about 40 days. Having local breweries ensures that your Budweiser is the freshest possible beer it can be by the time you purchase it.
The meteor shower. This new one you're tracking. It's the size of Texas, Mr. President. On July 1st, the United States government just asked us to save the world. Prepare to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You think we'll get hazard pay out of this?
You're already heroes. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Bruce Willis, Liv Tyler, Ben Affleck.
We never quit!
Armageddon, a Jerry Bruckheimer production, directed by Michael Bay, rated PG-13, starts Wednesday, July 1st.
Thanks, Dad.
You can't do this with Caravan.
Thanks.
You can't do it with Windstar.
Thanks, Pop.
A little help? Only the Chevy Venture is available with a remote control sliding side door. It's the perfect accessory for the overworked father. Now choose low 1.9% APR financing or $1,500 cash back on Chevy Venture. See your dealer today. Chevy Venture. Let's go.
How much weight can a 5'1", 90-pound teenage girl with a sprained ankle carry? The expectations of the world's most demanding coach. The fortunes of her team. The hopes of her country. NBC, the home of Olympic heroes for the next 10 years.
Welcome back to the Delta Center. I'm Jim Gray. Jerry Sloan during this timeout told his team we can't keep playing this stagnant offense and walking the ball up the court. We need some cutters. He wants to push the ball, try and get some fast break opportunities off the rebounds. Wants them to set some picks and run off the picks, create some movement in the offense. Bob?
Jim, thanks. A look at the numbers for Jordan and Malone.
Jerry Sloan wants fast break points. They have to turn to John Stockton right now to push the tempo. And thus far, he's only attempted 4 field goals at 5 points, 4 assists, and 3 turnovers. Stockton has to come through big for him down the stretch.
What's happened also, too, when Malone's getting the rebound, he's holding it, and rather than outletting where they can run.
Here is Stockton with Harper on him. Antoine Carr. Malone, 3 defenders on him, and they take it away. It's Pippen wincing as he comes up with the loose ball. Jordan over Hornacek. Short. A whistle underneath from Danny Crawford. Stay right here. Loose ball foul on Utah.
See, Malone's catching the ball in the post. He's getting double and triple team right now. He's got to be a passer out of this post. You see Pippen there knock the ball away from him. But if there are 3 guys on him and you space the floor, somebody's got to be open.
And Doug, what Chicago is saying right now, we're not going to let Karl Malone beat us. Someone else is going to have to step up and beat us tonight.
Pippen, who can barely move, throws it in. In almost any other situation, he couldn't possibly be playing. Regular season, never. Even earlier in the playoffs, he'd probably be sitting. Jordan again. And Stockton pulls it down.
That's where they got to push it. Get something quickly.
Underneath to Carl. And he was fouled.
It was a nice feed by John Stockton, pushing it up to the court, catching Malone early in the offense, right underneath the basket. Malone did a great job of sealing and drawing the foul.
4 on Rodman.
Michael's upset with himself right now. He's missed 2 jump shots that would have given his team a 3-point lead. He's really upset about that because both of them were very makeable shots that Michael normally makes.
And Russell has done a good job guarding Michael Jordan, forcing him to shoot jump shots and not really allowing him to get to the basket.
Malone busting loose with the huge game on Friday night. He had 20 in the first half. He's at 26 now after the free throw. Jordan leads all scorers with 37. He's 13 of 30 from the floor. Utah back in front by 1.
Steve Kerr now in for Chicago. Remember, he spaces the floor and gives them another shooter if they do start running at Michael and scrambling their defense.
Michael again. Russell takes it down. Stockton has a little daylight, and Utah has a 3-point lead.
Transition basketball again. The little screen by Malone, and he hits the open jump shot.
Kukoc. Kerr. Pippen in the lane. Connects on the turnaround, playing through clenched teeth. Malone. Rodman wins the rebound battle.
That's a bad foul on Malone now because that's the 15th foul. Now Rodman will shoot 2 free throws, but Stockton pushing the ball up the floor. You see the screen right there by Antoine Carr, and Scottie Pippen cannot help out. And then Scottie Pippen with a quick post up in the lane, and the gutty effort by Scottie Pippen here. You can see as he catches the ball, it's so difficult, but he's got those long arms and can still score over Hornacek.
The foul on Malone a moment ago was only his second. Rodman to the line. Remember, he made 4 clutch free throws in game 4. This one is long. Over the year, he's a 55% free throw shooter.
See, Isaiah, he shot that ball. As he shot it, he sort of walked away from it. He's got to stay with that shot.
Yeah, he didn't even take a look at the basket. He has to get set, take a look at it, and knock it down.
4:46 left. If he hits this, he can tie it. Stockton glancing at the clock as he comes across. 4.5 minutes for Utah to end its season or prolong it. Stockton, 5 seconds to shoot. It's Hornacek. Malone. They'll bring it back out. The jumper by Carl. Utah back in front.
Great patience. Offensive rebound, kick it out, and Hornacek got it right back to him.
Malone has 29. Seconds to shoot. Harper's not the guy they want to have do it, but he has to. And he beats the shot clock and cans a huge shot.
Good. I think Utah is letting Scottie Pippen rest. I would go at him right now. He's trying to guard Antoine Carr, and Antoine Carr has a big advantage over him inside.
Russell. Driving against Rodman. Contact and a foul. Kukoc was also there, and they call it on Kukoc's third.
Now you watch Harper as he takes this shot. Does he get it off in time? I don't know. That's a tough call.
Well, you know what? If they miss that call, it's a 5-point swing in missed calls on shot clock situations. They took a Howard Isley 3 away wrongly in the first half. This one was even closer, but it appeared that Harper may have been just a fraction of a second behind the shot clock. Harper's basket counted. This one by Isley, which should have counted, did not.
See, I think this 3 was good in the last shot that Harper took. I think that was a shot clock violation.
Russell steps to the line and knocks them both down. Harper. Out to MJ for three. It's short. Hornacek taking it ahead to Russell. But Michael, with whatever gas is left in his tank, gets back to pick it off. Rodman. Offensive foul on Dennis. And that's 5.
Now, Isaiah, that's what you're talking about. Jumping out off that screen and make Michael Jordan be a passer. Throw it to Rodman, who can't finish.
And you saw Jordan right there complaining, saying Rodman needs to have a chance to come down. I thought it was a questionable call. When you look at this play, you watch Jordan come off the screen and he's double teamed, and as an offensive player, you're allowed to establish position and come down. The tough call right there.
Oh no, says Michael. The Jazz by a basket.
Sleek. Sophisticated. Stylish. And yet with an exhilarating V6. Chevy Monte Carlo lets you express that hidden part of your personality, just dying to get out.
Mr. Freeman.
How are you?
Tommy?
Monte Carlo. The side you show the world is up to you.
If you ask us, it just tastes better.
And now another Just Shoot Me moment. What do you do with that hideous gift from your boss?
No! Slippery.
Just Shoot Me, Thursdays after Seinfeld.
Well, remember last year in Game 4, Stockton to Malone that won the game. The long pass over the fingertips of Michael Jordan. Stockton with a great pass. Michael just misses it, and Malone gets the layup really to seal the win. Well, moments ago, were we going to see the same thing here? A chance to go up 4. Hornacek throws the pass, and Michael Jordan, with every ounce of energy that he has, goes up and gets the steal. He misses the shot, the 3 that would have put him up 1. Had this gone through, it would have been a 4-point lead for the Jazz. Michael gets back and makes the great steal.
Jordan has 37 points on 13 of 32. 2 of 7 in the fourth. He is 3 of 14 in his last 2 fourth quarters. Even Superman apparently gets tired. Malone, lots of room. Got it.
That's their pet play. Malone goes over like he's going to the post and screams for Stockton, and he rolls out and hits a huge jump shot.
Jordan spinning. Double team. Has to get rid of it. Gets it right back from Pippen. Double pump, knocked away by Carr, and a foul.
Isaiah, normally on this play, Malone goes to the post. This time he goes and screens so Stockton can get to the middle of the floor. A mix-up, they trap, no one rotates, and Malone buries the shot. Now on this defensive possession, Hornacek, I thought, should have run at Michael Jordan and made him pass the ball back to Scottie Pippen.
You got to take the ball out of Jordan's hands right now and make Harper or Pippen beat you from the perimeter.
Jordan's 9 of 12 now at the stripe.
Now you look at the job that Russell is doing against Jordan. He's keeping him out on the perimeter, not allowing him to come into the post.
He hits them both, making it a 2-point game with exactly 2 minutes to play. Stockton. Russell with a huge rebound. Tried to throw it off Rodman's leg as he was walking a tightrope and couldn't do it. Chicago back looking to tie. Michael. Short. Rebound Stockton. The jumpers come up short when fatigue is a factor. It's true of anyone, even the best of them. Rodman got in front and knocked it loose, but Chicago touched it last. Phil Jackson hot over that call. A minute 14 remaining.
Watch Hornacek on this play, wrapping off a triple screen.
Stockton for 3! That would have been a dagger in Chicago's heart. Instead, they can tie it or take the lead with a 3 of their own. Jordan. And a blocking foul. Stockton is down on the floor. Jordan's going to come to the line at Stockton's 4th.
You watch Jordan fake like he's coming to the middle again. Russell gives him the baseline. Stockton comes over a little too late. Call the blocking foul on Stockton. Jordan again at the free throw line.
20-second time, 20-second timeout.
Chicago takes a 20-second timeout.
Now you watch Jordan in the 4th quarter trying to get to the basket against Anderson. Pulls up and takes the jump shot. Again, they're keeping him out on the perimeter, not allowing him to get it to the post. Coming to the foul line for his patented free throw line, Jay. But again, Russell keeping him out of the post. Pulls up, shoots it a little short. This is a big 20-second timeout for Chicago because it allows Jordan to get some rest before he goes to the free throw line to try to knock down 2.
At the line, he's 10 of 13. From the floor, he's 13 of 33.
Well, in this 4th quarter, Michael is only 2 of 8 from the 4th quarter, but what he's done is he's been able to get to the free throw line. He's 6 of 6, so he's shooting his 7th and 8th free throws of the quarter. They've got to find a way to be able to guard him without fouling him here.
He cuts it to 1. Phil Jackson has told the Bulls during the last couple of timeouts, let's try to take it to the rack, go to the basket, not look for the perimeter shot. Jordan ties it. Maybe the 20-second timeout was, as much as anything, just to give him a breather to gather himself for the crucial free throws. 50 seconds. Malone. Cross-court Stockton, a 3. It's there!
To prove his innocence, an honest cop is taking the police hostage.
In control.
On July 31st, negotiations are over.
Right now, I'm the only thing standing between you and an army that's just itching to take you out.
And the action begins.
Pull the trigger!
Samuel L. Jackson.
You want my blood? Take my blood!
Kevin Spacey.
I can't hold them back anymore. They're coming up.
The Negotiator. Rated R. Negotiations begin Friday, July 31st everywhere.
Meet Sean Graham, veteran stuntman. This is how he lives. This is what he drives. What else would he drive? Chevy S10, like a rock.
We've been working hard all year to bring the championship back to Chicago. We're not there yet, so we're still counting on all of your support.
Rodman shoots from the head of the key and connects. Even he has to say, hey, go figure.
Just like last time, we're all in this together. If we win, celebrate our achievements with style and dignity. This is Chicago's moment to shine. Let's show the world how to do it right.
Now, Ron Harper is guarding Stockton, who cuts through. Pippen is going to double team. So what happens now? Stockton's going to circle through, and Antoine Carr dives down, so Harper has to play him. Now on the skip-out pass, Stockton hits the three. What a huge shot to put his team up three. Look how close his foot was to the line here. A three by inches. Now this is what Karl Malone has to do. He has to find the open man, and Harper runs at him. And normally it's Stockton and Malone. This time it was Malone to Stockton.
10 points for Stockton. At age 36, he's played more NBA playoff games than anyone in history without winning a title.
Now the Bulls would like to get 2-for-1 possession here. Try to get a quick score, get to the free throw line to give them 2 opportunities to 1.
Pippen into Jordan. Michael working on Russell. Brings them to within 1.
They scored within 4 seconds there. That's how quickly that changes now. Now it puts the pressure on the Jazz to score once again.
Jordan with 43. Malone is doubled. They swat at him and steal it. Here comes Chicago. 17 seconds. 17 seconds from Game 7 or from championship number 6. Jordan open. Chicago with the lead. Timeout, Utah. 5.2 seconds left. Michael Jordan running on fumes with 45 points.
At the end of the game, you got to get it out of his hands. He's beat you so many times. You watch Jordan play, Doug, and you know that at the end of the game, he's a killer.
This was really the play that hurt Isaiah because they scored so quickly. Michael got in there and scored within 4 seconds. And what happened was Michael doubled back. You're going to see he's in the play. Look where Hornacek is setting the screen. Michael never clears, so Malone doesn't see him. He comes from the blind side and strips him. So 3 crucial plays here by Michael Jordan now as he gets Brian Russell with a quick crossover. Look at Brian Russell slips, and Michael pulls up and buries the shot to give him a 1-point lead.
That may have been, who knows what will unfold in the next several months, but that may have been the last shot Michael Jordan will ever take in the NBA.
Watch Jordan's left hand here as he gives Russell the push. The referee can't see that. Jordan frees himself up for a clean look. The greatest thing about Jordan is he has all the tricks. That's why it's so difficult to guard him.
If that's the last image of Michael Jordan, how magnificent is it?
I don't think you can put it into words, Bob. I mean, what he's done here in this 4th period, you see the 16 points. He got about a minute's rest and had to come back in. And Scottie Pippen has played a gutty game today, but still plenty of time here for Utah to try to score.
But that's what Jordan is so smart at with his brains. He rested on defense so he would have enough energy down the stretch to perform.
All right, 5.2 seconds. Utah down 1. Coach?
Well, you've got to do one of 2 things. You've either got to get the ball to a guy where he can attack the basket. Utah loves to run a play up at the top where they wrap a guy to the corner and then pin down and catch at the top. You know if Malone gets it, they're probably going to run at him. Stockton and Hornacek have made key shots their entire career.
Stockton, Hornacek, Antoine Carr, Karl Malone, and Brian Russell. If they score, there's a game 7. If they don't, for the second straight year, they go out in 6. Stockton. Harper's on him. Behind the screen. Harper got a piece of it. It comes off. The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their second three-peat. When you lose by this narrow margin, speaking of the Utah Jazz, there are so many things to look back on. But the Howard Isley 3 that was taken away in the first half will eat at them all summer long. Jackson and Jordan, perhaps for the last time. Chicago 87, Utah 86. Jerry Sloan showing class, trying to shake hands with each and every member of the Chicago Bulls, who won 2 out of 3 here and 2 out of 3 in Chicago.
Thanks, boy. Dave, thank you, boy. Thanks, Mike.
Statistically, especially in terms of shooting percentage, Michael Jordan has had better games. But when you consider at age 35, the games he's played this year, the grinding minutes he's played, and Scottie Pippen being all but incapacitated tonight, and the fact that they're on the road, and the fact that the odds would shift to Utah's favor for a Game 7, yes, MJ rose again. He no longer needs accomplishments to prove his case as the greatest player in NBA history. He just adds to it. And if this is the final chapter, what a way to close the book.
I tell you, Bob, as you look at Scottie Pippen there, I remember all Scottie ever heard about was the migraine headache and that he couldn't play with pain. Well, today, they could not have won this game without him. Just his presence being out there. He made some big shots. He fed the post. He did all the little things for Chicago, and his numbers aren't going to show it. But Michael, once again, with the heroics, the unbelievable plays. But his sidekick, Scottie Pippen, was there for him when he needed him.
And I'm watching Michael Jordan hug his mother right there. Such a great player, such a great person. Everything that this game is about, the goodness of it, he represents, and what he's done for the game of basketball and for this Chicago Bulls organization. All of us as former athletes are very thankful to 23 in red.
Michael Jordan is as great a competitor as sports has ever seen. He also has an uncanny sense of theater. And as he makes his decision, he'll think about the fact that he could not ask for a better punctuation than this. He accepts a victory cigar from Jerry Reinsdorf to not only hit the winning basket, but have it be the last shot he takes this season, maybe the last he'll ever take in a Chicago Bulls uniform, to win the game and the championship by a point.
You know, Bob, it's interesting about Michael Jordan. He's a guy who has nothing to prove, but lives his life every day as if he has everything to prove. That's something about his greatness. He's an unbelievable athlete.
One more look at a shot you'll be seeing hundreds of times if you're a basketball fan. You'll see it dozens of times on the highlight shows tonight. Stockton gets rid of it. It's short. Harper had a hand in his face and maybe even got a small piece of the ball.
I thought Stockton had a great look right there. It was a well-executed play. Stockton and Malone, and that's who you want taking your last shot, because he's made so many big shots for Utah. You know, my heart goes out to Stockton and Malone, because those two, more than any other 2 athletes in this era, really deserve a shot at wearing a championship ring.
A shot can hardly come much closer than that without going in. For the celebration, here's Dan Roberts, the PA man.
And now, please direct your attention to center court for the presentation of the 1998 NBA Finals MVP and the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy.
It is now time to make the 1998 Championship Trophy presentation. Joining me up here are the chairman, Jerry Reinsdorf, vice president, Jerry Krause, head coach, Phil Jackson, and to make that presentation, here's the commissioner of the NBA, Mr. David Stern. The two best teams in the NBA this season were the Utah Jazz and the Chicago Bulls. These two teams in these finals, wonderfully matched and motivated, treated the world of basketball to NBA basketball at its heart-stopping best. To both teams, thank you. But to the Chicago Bulls, the 1998 NBA champion, and a team for the ages, congratulations to this team, to this organization, to its fans, and to these great players. All right, Mr. Reinsdorf. Chicago Bulls fans all over the world would like to know, are you going to do everything you can possible to bring these guys back here to try to do this all over again?
Well, let me first, Ahmad, say that on behalf of millions of Bulls fans all around the world, it's an honor to accept this trophy. It's only unfortunate that we can't have co-champions, because this Utah Jazz team is just the greatest team that we've ever played. 2 years in a row, they took us as far as you could take anybody. Winning six championships in 8 years is unbelievable. It's a tribute to a great coach and his staff, great players, Scotty and Michael, an unbelievable performance by Scotty and Payne tonight, Jerry Krause and his staff, just unbelievable. And on behalf of millions of Bulls fans all over the world, I can only hope and pray that Michael and Scotty will come back and defend the championship one more time.
I take that as a yes. You are going to try to bring them back. Jerry Krause, you have to be very proud of this team.
I'm so proud of these players and the staff. And this is for the fans back in Chicago, the greatest sports fans in the world. And we're just so happy. We're going to celebrate safe, guys, and we'll be home tomorrow morning.
All right, Jerry, let me ask you, you do everything you can to bring these guys back.
Well, you know, tonight all I want to do is celebrate and have fun, and we're going to talk later on. But this is a great occasion. And what Jerry said about the Utah club, Jerry Sloan and Scotty Layden are special people, and this is just a great organization, and it's somebody that you're proud of that you can be with.
All right, Jerry, let's talk to Phil Jackson. Once again, another journey to the top of the mountain. How is this one different from the other five?
Well, Ahmad, we had to fight our way through this one. This is a real struggle for us this year against overwhelming odds. Maybe not as talented as the last 2 years, but they had a great hearts of a champion, as Michael has said. They won it.
All right, you will celebrate tonight. Are you going to come back?
That's a great question, Ahmad. I'll dodge that one right now. Thanks.
All right, Phil. All right, once again, it is now time for the 1998 NBA Finals Most Valuable Player Award. And once again, here's the Commissioner, David Stern.
Big surprise. 6 championships, 6 MVPs. Michael Jordan, get over here. You graced us with your presence. You've contributed mightily to our league. And tonight you gave one of the singular performances in the history of the NBA Finals. Thank you and congratulations, 1998 NBA Finals MVP, Michael Jordan.
Michael, you have won this award before, but somehow I have the feeling that this one is more special than all of them.
Well, let me say hello to my wife and my kids at home, because they desperately wanted to come. I didn't want them to come here today because I wanted to focus on the game, but I wish they were here to help me celebrate. I know they're there cheering, and I can't wait to get home. But to the Utah fans, you guys are a tough bunch to play in front of. You guys came out with a lot of loyalty and respect for your team. You made it really tough for us. We really, after losing Game 5 in Chicago, A couple of us dread coming back to Utah because we had to deal with the fans because of the energy that they bring to the game. But we had no choice, so we had to come in and play our best, and you guys made it a very competitive finals, and you know, it's very worthy to win this, and I think that of all the championships that we've won, this is the toughest.
It doesn't get any easier, but at the beginning of the season, this was the goal that you set out for. How wonderful was it to make this into a reality?
Well, I tell you, when you start the season, I'm pretty sure every team next year is going to start with the focus of finishing and winning their last game. We started with that focus. It was a long road, a lot of different tasks and little bumps in the road, but somehow we made it, and I think everybody who looks at this year is going to have a lot of gratification and understanding and a lot of dedication.
There were a lot of times during the course of the season that people doubted the Chicago Bulls, doubted that you'd be able to come back and pull this off. Even during this finals series here, people doubted you. How did you guys stay so confident?
Well, I mean, this team is one. Our leadership is strong. Our leadership is very positive, very determined, and it filters down to the rest of the players. And we never let anybody give up. You know, we believed in it, and we kept coming for it.
All right, I've asked everybody if they're all going to come around to try to do this again. One more time?
I would love for that to happen. I think that's something that's going to have to be determined over the summer.
All right. Congratulations, Michael. Congratulations, Chicago Bulls. Let's go over to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Tonight, one of the truly gutty performances in the finals by Scottie Pippen. Scottie, how badly were you hurt during this game?
I was hurting pretty bad, you know, to start the game off. I was able to get a dunk when I came down. The pain just sort of built from that point, and every time I tried to run, I was getting spasms. But I knew I wanted to come back and try to give a better performance in the second half, so I just tried to take advantage of that little bit of time before the half and, you know, see what I can do. And I came out the second half, and Chip wanted to give me a little treatment, and I took the treatment, and I told him from there I was going to just try to gut it out. You know, I felt like that my presence out on the floor would mean more than just sitting in the locker room.
Initially, you didn't think you could come back, and then the miracle happened there at halftime. How much did you revert back to some of the things that had happened to you in the past, and you knew that if you gutted it out this time that it could change all of that?
Well, I knew I was going to come back the second half. I have to correct you on that. I knew, but I just didn't know how much I was going to be able to give. I knew I wanted to just hope that the team could stay in the game, keep it close, and if I could come back out, let my presence be known out on the court.
Now, Scottie, you were in tears after the game. Was this your most difficult championship, and why the tears this time? Is it maybe because you feel it's ending?
Well, I think they all have brought tears to my eyes, but this one was so difficult because, you know, I felt like to some degree without me being out on the court that I was kind of letting the team down, and they understood, but, you know, I wanted to be there. I wanted to be a presence. I wanted to play a major role in the game, but the other guys came off the bench. They held us in there the first half, especially Michael. He had a heck of a game, and, you know, everything else is history.
Now, you hold the key here to these teams returning. Michael said if you come back, he'll come back, and Phil and so forth. What are your thoughts? Will you come back? Would you take a one-year deal? What will go through your thought process in making this determination?
Well, Jim, right now, I just have to, you know, let everything soak in. You know, there's a lot of opportunities out there for me, and, you know, I have to look more down the road in my future, but, you know, I don't know. You know, after all this is soaked in and get back and get my back on track, you know, you never know.
Is there a twinge of sadness with you, a little melancholy feeling right now that it may be ending?
Excuse me?
Are you feeling a little sad right now that this could be coming to a close?
No, not really. You know, we're going to enjoy this, and, you know, as long as we can. You know, as a player right now, I don't feel like it's over. You know, we got a lot of celebration to do, and I'm not really looking forward to next season right now.
Final thought, the Utah Jazz and Karl Malone, a spectacular effort. What would your thoughts be toward them?
It was great. You know, Karl and John, you know, they're some gutty performers. Whether it's Hornacek, Russell, who's grown and matured and, you know, had a fabulous series. You know, we take our hats off to this team. The fans here have really came out and made us work hard. You know, it was a great series. You know, it was an even better series than last series, even though, you know, both series ended at 6 games. This topped it all.
Scottie, congratulations. A truly gutsy performance.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back now to Bob Costas.
Thanks, Jim. To back up the accolades offered to Karl Malone by Scottie Pippen, Malone had 31 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists in 43 minutes tonight. And even as they could not stop Scottie and Michael from claiming another title, Malone managed to average 25 points and 10.5 rebounds in the series. We'll talk with Karl Malone when we come back after this from your local station.
Here at NBC, our research says that people missed over half the episodes of their favorite shows. Hey, it happens. Visitors show up, you get interrupted, whatever. The episodes you might have missed. Because if you haven't...
MVP trophy because he carried the...
It's small, but powerful enough to bring people together who are worlds apart. Its microphone reaches down to catch your softest whispers. Its jog dial navigator makes getting in touch as easy as touching. Sony's remarkable...
Drive very simply offer these words. Michael Jeffrey Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. 6 championships in 8 years. How you doing, everybody? I'm Chet Coppock. Welcome to Live in the Locker Room, joined by my buddy, the godfather of the Flying Elbow, our buddy, Norm Van Leer. You know, at this point, you heave the cleansing breath, the sigh of relief. You try and soak in what you have just witnessed. For example, watch Hornacek with a basketball. Now look at Malone, under heavy pressure. Michael Jeffrey Jordan, 35 years old with a basketball. Just one of the big plays MJ turned in down the stretch. Here is a play, a shot that will never, ever be forgotten. Michael loses the defender on the dribble, knocks down the J. The Bulls are victorious by 87 to 86. One tremendous night of basketball. Michael Jordan, a champion for the 6th time in 8 years, as is the case with Scottie Pippen, as is the case with Phil Jackson. Before we join our buddy, the Dutchman, go live to the Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah, courtside, where Eric Towers is standing.
Documentation by
DC, son of a gun, pal. Vardy is in, and the tabs have been paid.
Absolute pandemonium here at the Delta Center, Chet. And absolutely incredible scene. The guys just went back right past me a moment ago. Dennis Rodman is coming through right now. We may actually see if we can talk to Dennis in just a moment. Oh, Dennis is running like, uh-oh. Here comes Dennis. Doesn't look like he wants to talk to anyone right now. Oh, wow. An unbelievably poor display right here. Someone threw Coke in Dennis Rodman's face. Wow. Dennis Rodman.
Guys did the best.
People that work with him. I don't think, Dennis, we really want to hear what he's saying right now because this is not nice. Folks, we're going to have a ton of coverage here in this postgame. Every single thing will be uncovered. We're going to talk to Dennis. We'll talk to Michael. We'll do everything, and we'll do it the right way. Folks, it's going to be a lot of fun here. Hopefully, things will get a lot better than this scene we just saw right here. But now let's go back to Chet and Norm. Unbelievable out here in the Delta Center. Chet.
Brutally unfortunate. We'll stay with that should anything dramatic transpire. Some fan throwing a...
Give them credit. They won. You know, what else can you say?
Do you feel as though this was Michael Jordan's last game?
I don't know. I don't know if it was Michael's last game or not.
Scottie Pippen in tears over here. You're not sure about Michael Jordan. What did Scottie just say to you?
Oh, no, he just told me good game.
Well, you're a class act. Congratulations on a great season.
Thank you.
Among the many things you can say in praise of Karl Malone, he has never ducked the media. Win or lose, he is always there to stick his chin out and take it for better or worse. And tonight, another magnificent performance by Malone, but nevertheless, his team falls just a point short. Moments ago, Ahmad Rashad caught up with Dennis Rodman.
Okay, right? All right, thanks, Bob. Dennis, you said you didn't want to come back out to Utah, but none of this would have been possible unless you did come back out here.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't want to come back to Utah, but you know how the world goes. It goes around in circles. So I guess we had to come back. So this was a very emotional win. It wasn't a physical game. It was a very emotional win, of course, a mental aspect. But you know, got to give it to the team. Everybody stuck together. We won it.
All right. So people are now talking about what about next year? Are you coming back? Would you like to get everybody back together?
I would love to come back to Chicago. I mean, Chicago gave me my break, and, you know, I'd love to be back if they want me back, but we'd like to get the whole nucleus back and form a team and get one last dance.
Dennis, you had a great season. Congratulations to a great champion.
Just so everybody in Dallas, way to go, baby.
All right, back to you, Bob.
Ahmad, thanks very much. Much more to come. On the post-game show, we'll...
Energy and allowing themselves to get picked, as you saw there. You can't have that. You just can't have that. So when you move like this, you know that team's going to be full of energy, being Utah, playing at home, coming back after winning the 5th game here in Chicago. The Bulls just kind of stood around, and the officials definitely could start calling the illegal defense, and they got a lot of that. But then when you lay it up like that and get the job done, they isolated and did well. The Bulls fought. They fought hard. They were right there. But once again, a lot of times, Chet, the illegal defense was called and coming over. There it was called. Didn't get it the first 3 games at all, basically, and 1 game not at all. All of a sudden, it's all illegal defense, which I think is the dumbest, stupidest rule in basketball. Why don't you just let these pros play against any type of D there is? If they're that great, then you go and work against it. But good defense down the stretch run and 48 minutes of being there helped this team. And Hornacek, key shots first half. Second half was a big, huge difference when it came to the shooting because Malone cooled off a little bit. Hornacek certainly cooled off, and that was the name of the game. Here's the defense again. Close the gap. Nice pass. This team was working the rock, as we call it. Penetration. I actually didn't do much in this ball game at all, Chet, at this particular time. But also at the same time, some keys I would like to have had in here with some stretch run with Michael playing. They're taking shots after shot to keep this team in it because he had no one else to help him on the offense. And then he comes up with the big steal at the end and the major and key shot. He had 4 steals, but that 4th one was the biggest steal of Michael's career.
All right, things to talk about. Scottie Pippen, the limited playing time tonight because of the injured back. What about Karl Malone, who is limited in terms of...
You're not just building a...
During the second half, there is the celebration by the man from Wilmington, North Carolina. A champion again, Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
By Cellular One, the wireless phone company.
Or had to listen to this woman talk about her cat. For those who have slept with their eyes open, we bring you Working, just like you. NBC, Wednesdays.
Okie dokie. Just to the locker rooms, and in the meantime, let's go to the Showtime crew, headed by Hannah Storm. Happy birthday, by the way, Hannah.
Thanks a lot, Bob. I think that was a very important detail we needed to cover at this point. But we'll get some final thoughts from you, Doug, and Isaiah in just a few moments. First, though, we have Peter Bessie, John Sally, and Bill Walton. And, Bill, this championship, not just for the city of Chicago, but for Bulls fans and basketball fans around the world.
Hannah, the championships are so special. The style, the joy, the amazing grace of the Bulls. Just a priceless treasure for the entire world of basketball that just absolutely love the way they play. These guys are so good and have done so much for the sport of basketball. They demand our ultimate respect, which they certainly have. They also demand, though, to be kept together for absolutely as long as possible.
Well, Michael Jordan, the MVP tonight, his 6th MVP award, and he willed his team to a championship this evening. And Scottie Pippen, such a force in the series, and a courageous performance tonight, John, playing with that back injury.
Well, like I said, Scottie showed all kind of loyalty, and I hope the Chicago Bulls remember that, Hannah, that he came in, took a shot, went back and forth, did everything he could possibly do to play, being on the court. This guy showed the most unbelievable character. Even though Michael Jordan got that trophy, I think they gave it to Michael because, you know, Scottie couldn't carry it off. It was too heavy for him. But Michael should hand that over to him because he definitely was co-MVP.
Jordan with the final 8 points for his team tonight and the big steal down the stretch. Unbelievable.
Hannah, if Michael saw this as conceivably his last game with the Bulls, what chance did the Jazz really have? The stakes were much too high. However, if there's more to come, if Michael stays and the core stays intact, lucky us, we're game. If Michael does retire, we've been privileged. And if Michael stays and Pippen leaves, then what's left, Hannah? Let's find out which one can win a championship without the other one.
Well, at this point, we're going to go back down to the floor and get more post-game comments as we join Jim Gray. Jim?
All right. Thank you very much, Hannah. I'm now joined by Tony Kukoc and Ron Harper. Harp, let's start with you. You weren't feeling very good tonight, but you managed to play. How difficult was it for you out there?
Well, I had a tough half, I think. But the main thing was that we had guys that came in and played big. We had guys that made real key shots. We had some good defensive plays late in the ball game. And this was great. This was a great win for our team. Our hats off to the Jazz and their fans. It was a great series. And I'm happy it's over.
Can you describe for us, please, as a teammate, your thoughts on the performance of Scottie Pippen?
Oh, Scottie Pippen was
was courageous today. You know, he definitely didn't feel well, and I definitely knew that, and our teammate knew, and we lost him early during the half, but he came out in the last quarter and just played big for a basketball team, and he made some real key shots for us.
Harp,
You made the biggest shots for us.
well, let's ask him. Tony, how sweet is this one compared to the others as you're now being doused with champagne, as we all are in here?
This is the sweetest one. This is the toughest one that we got so far, but it's the sweetest one. Especially before, early in the series, they said we are underdogs. When we lost the last game in Chicago, they said we have no chance coming in here, but we still the chance.
You managed to step up your performance in this championship series. You've taken a lot of criticism. How personally satisfying is it for you to have that now behind you?
It's very satisfying for me. That's the way we Croatians are, the survivors, and we're trying to do the same thing, just trying to play my best every time I step on the court.
You are one of the few guys who definitely will be back here next year. What are your thoughts on this team remaining intact?
If I can, if it's my decision, I will leave this team until it dies. I mean,
you think that will happen?
It's a great team. I hope it does. I hope it does. There's no reason to split the team that is winning, that is doing an incredible job on the court.
Phil closed the locker room here for about 7 minutes. What was it that he said to you guys as you all huddled together privately?
Nothing. Nothing new. It was just our own celebration.
What now? Well, what do you think the timetable will be? There's a possible lockout looming now. What do you think the timetable will be for the return of Phil Jackson and then Michael and Scotty?
Nothing we can do. Just wait and hope that it's going to end up being good.
Tony, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's send it back outside to Bob Costas.
Come on.
Jim, thanks again. There's more to come from Salt Lake City. We'll have more interviews and a look back at this Bulls dynasty when the post-game show rolls on after this.
Ann Hammond and Southern Wisconsin, sit back and dig it. There is your final. The Bulls win this series 4-2 as we join the former Chicago Bull, his uniform number 4 retired. Here is Jerry Sloan.
If we keep the same attitude, obviously there's some young players out there, young teams out there that you have to compete with. We're going to hear the same story we've heard for 5 years, that this team's window of opportunity has been closed for 5 years. But I'm going to tell you something. These guys showed a great deal of heart as to who they were all year long to come back and compete and put themselves in this position. And we knew last year that the people said, well, this team is not going to be back. But, you know, I have tremendous confidence over the years because of the heart they have. Maybe we haven't been able to get there, but they've showed a great deal of desire. In tough times, those are the toughest times for anybody to deal with. Everybody can stand back and put their hands in the air when they won, but how good are you, how tough are you when it's been tough? Our guys have done that, and I admire that as much as winning. Not everybody can win.
Coach?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jordan scored 45 of the 87 points for the Bulls. What was the strategy that you told them to try to stop him in the last minute, particularly on the game-winning shot?
Well, one of the things that you got to try to do, and one of the things we felt like we had a tough time, we could have gone and doubled him. He's not shooting a great percentage. We know he's going to shoot well down the stretch. But we want to try to force him into the middle when he got to baseline about 3 times in the latter part of the ball game. Those are things that you have to be able to do. That's our philosophy. It's been our philosophy for 13 years here, as long as we've been involved, and we have to continue to try to make those things work. You have to give him credit. You know, he's a guy that can, all your philosophies you can throw out the window. You can double him, you can push him to the middle, but he's still a great player to make those kind of plays. We have to live with that. We're not going to change our whole structure of basketball just because of one player. And we have to, obviously, we're certainly aware of the things that he can do, but you have to understand who he is, and our people are working hard, they're trying hard. They didn't say, you can have it, we're going to give it to you. So you're going to be questioned regardless, and I don't have a problem with that. I thought our players tried. The mistakes that we made were costly, and you go from there. That's the only thing I know.
Coach, can you talk a little bit about Scottie Pippen? Obviously hurt. He couldn't do much offensively. What did he do for them defensively?
Well, he did pretty well. When he posted us up a couple of times, he came in the lane and got some shots on us. It's very difficult to stop. You know, we're at a mismatch there sometimes. We keep Hornacek out there and the players we got, so we were caught in no man's land a little bit a time or two because he's a guy that can hurt you. But I thought our guys played pretty hard. I thought they played pretty hard in trying to do the right things.
Okay, last questions for Coach Sloan. Okay?
Yeah.
How would you summarize your team's season? It's been a long season for you guys. How would you summarize it?
I think our guys have done a pretty good job. I don't know how other people look at it, but I think they've done a pretty good job. Our team has played pretty well as a team to try to get to this spot. I thought we had some moments where we had to really stay together. We did that. I think if there's one thing that hurt us probably more than anything else in all the whole season was a 10-day layoff. I can't do anything about that. That's the rules. Our guys were playing with terrific confidence and playing with a great rhythm, but that's the rules. You can't worry about that. But I know what rhythm we were in and the confidence we had. And you can't put guys on the floor and simulate a game situation. I don't care how hard you try. We tried as hard as you possibly can, in my opinion, to try to simulate those things, and it just is not going to happen. Players are going to have a natural letdown, a natural drop down, and we took us a while to come back out of that to where we felt like we could compete at another level. And that's part of sports. You live with it, you go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Sloan.
He is a man who defines the word class. As I mentioned, former Chicago Bull, jersey number 4. How will the historians recall this championship team, for example, 10 years from now?
Well, this particular championship team that just won this one, I think, is the guttiest one of them all. I think the lack of, if I not disrespect for anybody on this basketball team, I don't think they have nearly the talent they've had in the first few years of winning this championship. I think guys came in and just gut-checked themselves, and the championship of Michael's, what he believes in, rubbed off on some of these guys. I think people did more than what they're capable of doing. I think the heart and beat and the soul of Michael and ending this game is just, history should be like this at all times, because it just showed what Michael Jordan is about. He would not let this team lose. He kept shooting the ball. This is one time I would agree with him. He had to, because no one else was around. Scottie wasn't around. The only other person I like to have seen get involved more in this situation was Tony Kukoc. But to compare the rest of these championships, I think this is the one championship that Michael ended the game on winning shots. Think about last-second shots. There's always been somebody else, not Michael. This was a great one to end. If he comes back, if he doesn't come back, whatever. This was outstanding. Bless you, Michael. Love you. This is it. And I'm happy. I'm ready to run around this room here. This is it. This is the greatest championship of the 6, in my opinion.
Van, run like hell. In the midst of distractions, he was a constant. We joined the Zen Master, the head coach of the world champion Chicago Bulls, Phil Jackson.
Support them, as tough as they are. They put up a heck of a fight, and it was a fight worth having. I know they're not disappointed because they went down with a struggle and they went down playing the way they play.
Okay, we'll take questions.
Yeah.
You ready? You. 1 second. You.
Phil, there have been reports in Seattle, Denver, and L.A. that all those teams want to talk to you as soon as your season's over. If they approach you, will you have conversations with them?
I think they want to congratulate me on the 6th championship, and I'll accept those calls. Thanks.
Congratulations. Could you just talk about them opting to single-team Jordan when he hit the game-winning shot with 6 seconds to go?
Well, they're so effective with us having Michael on the post. They came from the blind side. They were able to snipe with Stockton down there. We just put him out on the floor a little farther today, I gave him the ball in a space where he could operate. He started taking the ball to the hoop. He did everything. But he had three-pointers on in. But the reality was it made it difficult for them to find a place to come from and where to go from to lead people. And I can't blame their defense. I would say that the way they played defense on them during the series, they felt they had the ability to control them.
Phil Michaels said after the game that he would talk about his future decided during the summer. I was wondering if this was the end for him, was this a great way to end it, in your opinion? And how should he be best remembered, you think, as an NBA player?
I don't know if I can add to that question.
Every bit as impressive as his artistry. So whenever it ends, it's been an incredible ride for Jordan and the Bulls, and we at NBC have been privileged to be taken along for that ride. So as we say goodnight, we'd like to acknowledge the work of all the people who made these telecasts possible. For everyone at NBC Sports, good night from Salt Lake City.
Conference. This was the championship for the whole NBA, and I still say the age, where he's come, the gut feel, to me is the greatest. This is my opinion. This is the greatest one of them all behind this effort, because I still say this. They didn't have all the great talent that's been back to this team, because I still say we overlooked the first few championships, how great some of these ball players were on this basketball team. The Portland series, the Hanleys, and all these guys coming in, doing their job, the Craig Hodges, the Paxtons. There's a big difference in this basketball team. That's why I give this basketball team the gut check trophy of the world, because they pulled it through.
The gut check trophy of the world. He is, of course, the franchise joining the Chicago Bulls back in 1984 after panning Olympic gold. Here is Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Had a crowd that was really energetic and kept them motivated, and you know, we lost our opportunities to win it at home, and we came here. I mean, at first, you know, as soon as the games ended in Chicago, it was some dim feelings and some negative thoughts, you know, and as time went past, I think everybody realized that it, you know, if we want that sixth title, we have to go through Utah to get it, you know, and we have to go out there and win it out there. So, I mean, you know, I think those negative thoughts erased very quickly, as, you know, and it's a great day for everybody, I think.
Michael, few people in the world face retirement with so many others caring about the decision that he makes. You mean so much to so many people, to the league, to the other players, to the networks, even to the economy. How do you make the right decision for Michael Jordan, the human being, independent of all of the other people and forces that are tugging on him?
You know, it's a gut feeling. You know, it's just a feeling that I have. You know, when I walked away the first time, it was a feeling. It wasn't something someone told me. When I came back, it was a feeling. You know, if and when that time comes where I got to walk away, I hope that because I walked away, no one will look at me any less. You know, and sure, the economy may take a different turn, but I would advise you to invest wisely. And you know, my life has to continue. You know, hopefully I'll put enough memories out there for everybody to at least have some thoughts about what Michael Jordan did in his 13 years or 14 years or whatever it takes, and put some comparisons up there for kids to follow and compare themselves and reach, you know, and that's a part of the challenge. And, you know, I have another life, and I know I have to get to it, you know, at some point in time, and hopefully the fans and the people understand that.
Michael, you said last week that this was the toughest year for Coach Jackson as a coach. What about you as a player?
It was tough. You know, it was tough in the sense that I was more competitive than I ever was because I wanted to win more than I ever did, you know, because of some of the bumps in the road, you know, Scotty being out. You know, Dennis, you know, had to step up, and every now and then we had to, you know, deal with Dennis and deal with the different types of expectations, you know, some of the, you know, criticism about our team and the lifestyle that we live, and you know, it just takes its toll on an individual, you know, and sure, we just have to keep looking at the bigger picture, you know, which is tonight is the biggest picture we could think of, and sure, sometimes the pictures don't look so clearly, but if you keep moving in the right direction, it's going to clear itself up, and tonight is very, very clear.
Michael, you just won your 6th championship with Scotty and Coach Jackson. As a man who lives as a player who lives with challenges, how much is a challenge is it for you to win one without them?
Pretty sure it's a major challenge, you know. But the question is, do I want to do that or not? You know, that's the things that has to be debated over the summer.
Michael, how frustrating it is, or at least annoying, to have to talk that much about your future tonight?
Say that again?
How frustrating, or at least annoying, is it to have to talk that much about your future and the future of the team tonight?
It's not annoying. I mean, most people have been waiting for that, and you know, my answer is, I mean, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and tonight it's a lot of sympathetic feelings about, you know, this team and where we want it to go. But as time, you know, it gets involved. I mean, some of the feelings may change. You never know. But I think that's the purpose of waiting to the end of the summer, or maybe in the summer, and making final decisions.
Michael, the other night, you seemed so intrigued by the thought of, you know, dropping the last 3 and possibly walking away. The fact that you played such a great last minute and had a game-winning shot, title-winning shot, is that going to, you know, do you like the idea of going out that way?
Yes. If that's the case, yes. I mean, when I got that rebound, I mean, my thoughts are very positive, you know, and the crowd gets quiet. The moment starts to become the moment, you know, for me, you know, and that's what we've been, that's part of that Zen Buddhism stuff, you know, the moment, once you get in the moment, you know when you're there, things start to move slowly, you start to see the court very well, you start reading what the defenses are trying to do. And I saw that moment. And, you know, when I saw the moment, the opportunity to take advantage of it, when Russell reached, and I took advantage of that moment. And I never doubted myself. I never doubted the whole game. We were hanging too close. You know, it was a 3-point game, 4-point game, 5-point game. You know, Scottie Pippen's hurt. Dennis and everybody's in foul trouble. And they never really burst out and left us standing, you know. And, you know, we kept hanging in there. And I knew that we were going to have an opportunity to win this game, and I just wanted to be able to do that. And from an offensive standpoint, sure, you look at my rebounds, I only had maybe 2 or 3 rebounds, and I told Phil that, you know, I know I'm going to have to play a lot of minutes, I have to conserve energy somewhere, and unfortunately, I had to be on the rebounding edge, and you know, but the offense, I had to step forward.
Okay, last question for Michael.
Michael, after John hit that three-pointer, you scored the last 4 points. You actually scored the last 8, but you scored the last 4 on baskets. Talk about those last 2 baskets, your layup, and then the jumper. And did that jumper remind you of last year, Game 1 with Brian Gardner? He reached, you went.
It was in a very similar situation. The play before that was, with Karl Malone. We've been trying to double team him. And Hornacek was trying to, I guess, pick Karl Malone, and he never really cleared, and which gave me an opportunity to go back. And Karl never saw me coming, and I was able to knock the ball away. The play before that was when Phil called, an isolation play for me, to take it to the hole and make him foul me or get an easy basket, which is what I did. But when I got the ball, I looked up and I saw 18.5 seconds left, and I felt like we couldn't call a timeout because it gave defenses an opportunity to set up, and it was a do-or-die situation. So I let the time tick to where I felt like I had the court right where I wanted to, and Stockton was on the right-hand side with Steve Kerr. I knew he couldn't gamble because Steve has killed him before. So, and as soon as Russell reached, he gave me a clear lane, which, I made my initial drive, and, he bit on it, and I stopped, pulled up, and I had an easy jump shot. Great look, and, it went in. And once it went in, I knew from that point on we've been hanging around long enough. This is a game-winning basket. Now it's just a matter of playing solid defense. And our defense has held us strong all series, and we would never be in this scenario without our defense. So all we had to do was play defense for 5.8 minutes, 5.8 seconds, and I knew we can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
That's my
Next
dog
up, we'll have Scottie Pippen and Ron Harper.
Well, there's the man of the hour, Michael Jordan. He has been the rock and the center of this team all through these 6 championship runs. That's right, 6 now. We're inside the Bulls locker room. Michael Jordan, 45 points. Tony Kukoc has also been a key during this series. Let's jump in here and try to get Tony live.
Any feelings towards the team, towards everything that happened?
For yourself?
For myself, it's just a great thing, and we should celebrate this thing as much as we can, and the time is going to come, and time is going to show us what's going to happen next.
What a Tony, with everything
by Michael
embracing Jordan at the end of the game and crying, and this
and playing, really fantastic under the circumstances.
I expect.
I think, the Jazz gave me the easy shot that really worked against me at the start of the game. I got that dunk, and from that point on, I just started to feel spasms in my back as I run. Every time I put my right leg down, and I just tried to gut it out and was able to get 6 or 7 minutes in the first half. And after I told Phil to take me out the game, it was just very difficult for me. I tried to run in and back and do whatever I could, and I just decided at that point that I would just take as much treatment as I could and try to go out and do what I could the next 24 minutes.
With Scotty down for 30-some-odd games, and some bad feeling back and forth, and I know moments like this tend to erase some of that stuff.
There's no bad feeling. I'm so happy, and the fans in Chicago are the greatest sports fans in the world. I'm happy for them and our families and these players, and I'm on top of the world right now, and it's a great feeling. And to the fans back home, celebrate, but celebrate safe. And to my wife and my kids, I'll be home tomorrow morning, about 3 or 4 in the morning or something like that, but we'll be home.
We didn't want to postpone that any longer than we had to.
We're getting out of here quick and going home.
Now, what do you get to do for the next few days once the rally's over with?
Well, of course, we got a lot of things, but I just want to celebrate tonight and just have fun, and that airplane going home is going to be a great airplane.
Enjoy it, Jerry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Terrific job.
Okay, Scottie Pippen at the podium. Let's go right to Scotty. See what he has to say.
Opportunity to come out and give my best 24 minutes, which didn't look that great, especially in my eye, but it was important for me to just try to be on the court and make my presence known and try to be effective any way possible. I think I have great knowledge of the game and knowing what I could do and a lot of things that I could not do out there, but I don't reflect on those things. I just try to go out and play for my teammates and give the best performance that I can and try to come away to win. I didn't want to be looking at a Game 7 knowing that I'm not 100% and we're pretty much having our backs against the wall playing on their court.
Scotty, last year Michael sat at the podium and talked about how important it was to bring everyone back for one more year. Even with what you said at different times during the season, wouldn't you like to do one more year and forget rebuilding, maybe sign a one-year deal? Is that a possibility?
I'm not thinking about that right now. Give me a couple days and I'll give you an answer. But right now, I just want to enjoy this moment and, you know, get myself feeling good again physically. I have to just sit back and enjoy this moment, and, you know, I'll just see what's going to happen. You know, anything is possible.
Next question.
Scotty, you know Michael as well as anybody, certainly as a competitor, and as he considers his future, at some point his physical skills will decline. We know that it has to happen.
They haven't declined yet, so I can't agree with that.
Do you think at some point he could accept playing without being the most dominant player in the sport?
No. No, not at all. I mean, Michael has probably got another 5 years left on his career. I mean, even before we can even see a decline in it. I mean, because he has so much knowledge of the game. There's other things that, you know, he knows that is waiting in his game that he can always pull out. And right now, we're seeing him probably at the top of his game because he used so much knowledge as well as the physical skills that he has when he's out on the court.
Scotty, I know you don't want to talk about your future particularly, but if this was the end of this particular Bulls group...
Who's talking?
Right here. If this is the end of this group of Bulls being together, how great a run was it, in your opinion?
Wonderful. Tremendously. I mean, it's unforgettable. I mean, it's something that I'll be able to look back and cherish for the rest of my life, you know, to be able to win 6 titles in the last 8 years. It's been a great run for us. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of celebrations, and I can never see any other team in the future being as dominant as this ball club has been. And, you know, you hate to see it come to an end, and you don't want to see it come to an end. I mean, we feel like that we're dominant, even though we weren't 100% healthy, especially myself going in these last couple games. But it's been a lot of fun, and that's part of winning, is being able to have the courage and desire to go out and do whatever you can to bring your team to the top.
Okay, we are taking questions for both players.
Yeah, don't y'all forget.
No. Let him go
Don't
down
forget
with
Ron.
because he dominated the ball anyway, so let him go ahead.
For Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, judging by the press conferences, was almost hilarious after the 2 games you lost. How much of a factor was it with his leadership helping you getting by those defeats?
Well, you know, here's a guy that does a lot for our basketball team, and without his sad part there, early during this ball game, he was the guy who was holding us there, and he came in during halftime, and he felt that we still had this basketball game, and the main thing that he said was for us to go out there and to give him some help, and once his sidekick came back, it was just one game that we hung in there, and we had a very good chance of, and it was a very great ball game, and our hat goes off to him, to the guys on the basketball team. It was a very great win for our team.
Do you feel like with this series in particular that you're finally getting the recognition you deserve?
I don't care about that. You know, when I first came in this league, everybody said he can shoot the ball and do this last and do this slam dunk. All them things don't mean anything. This is my 3rd championship, and if I would have to change my game again, I would probably change it again, I think.
Scotty, over here. Scotty.
Yeah.
What exactly was your injury, and how did it happen?
Took too many charges from Karl Malone.
You were out the club too long.
I took a lot of hard falls, you know, not just in this series, but this is something that's probably going back even as far as the Indiana series. You know, just getting thrown to the floor, and I had a very sore back and took a couple falls in the last game that really threw me off, and I just lost a lot of my mechanics for it, moving out on the court and being aggressive and coming over and attacking, and I felt like that was something that affected us in Game 5, that I didn't have the energy, the mobility to be aggressive
from a defense standpoint, and as well as offense. I settled for a lot of jumpers, 0 for 7 from the three-point line, 2 for 16 from the game. Those things really worked against me, and defensively, I wasn't the same player. You know, even looking back at a lot of the tape of that game, they were saying how Utah had countered and were able to take advantage of me being able to come over and double team, and it was pretty much only because I wasn't physically mobile enough to get up and move. But as a result, we were able to counter and we came away with a win.
Ron, if this team isn't back intact, how do you see your role changing next season? How good do you think this team can be?
I actually don't know. I'm not gonna think about what if and what's going to happen to this basketball team. I'm gonna just enjoy these next few days, this offseason. I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to wait to see what happens to my best friend on this team, and hope whatever happens for him, because he been a great teammate, and he was the one who called me to be here. And if he want to be a Chicago Bull and be on this team again, it's up to him. To my man Scotty. And if he don't want to be a Bull, I'm gonna be cheering for him anyway.
Okay, last question.
Okay, Ron, you had great defense on Stockton this game and throughout the series. Talk about the three-pointer that he made and the three-pointer that he didn't make and that process.
Well, you understand. All the time, man. Everything goes through his hands. And last year, I didn't have fun. This year, I for sure said that I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna do the things that I know that I can do. I use my size on him, and I just have fun out there. And the shot that he made was a very, very tough shot. And the last shot that he didn't make, I was relieved, put it that way. See y'all.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right. A lot was said tonight between the two of them.
There sure was.
Yeah.
And Mark Giangreco, there he is. He's been talking to some of the Bulls players as they made their way from the podium back to the locker room. Mark, what do you have for us?
That is right, Jim. Boy, Ron Harper making the rounds, huh? I'll tell you, back in here in the inner locker room, everybody partying with their families, and oh, I just got a nice, sweet one in the back. But, you know, talking earlier with Steve Kerr, he said all this talk about bringing everybody back, he doesn't care. He's full. He's just happy to have been around for the ride. Here's Steve.
Scotty hurt and Ron's sick. You throw the chalkboard out of the way and go, Mike, you got to do it.
Well, and let's give credit to Tony in the first half, too, because he and Michael carried us offensively in the first half and kept us close, and it was amazing that we were only down 4. They shot like 60% in the first half. So just staying close was a tribute to those two guys, and then Scotty really battled in the second half. And
you're awful good at this. Put it in perspective. Where does this rank with the rest?
This is best.
Yeah?
It's the best one because it's the most improbable, the most difficult, and maybe the last. So it's the sweetest.
Well, can't we remove that last dance label now because Jerry Reinsdorf, I'm sure everybody's going to hold him to he'd be inclined to bring everybody back. I guess that includes you too, right?
I hope so. If they bring everybody back, I hope I would be included. I've had a great time. You know, but really, all I want to say is that whatever happens, I'm thrilled to have been a part of this. I've been here 5 years. It's been 5 of the best years of my life. If they break it up, I don't mind. That's their prerogative, and I'm happy they brought me in the first place. So, you know, I don't hold any grudges. I don't care. I'm thrilled that I was a part of this.
You're full is what you're saying.
That's right.
Thank you, Steve. Congratulations. All right, congratulations to Steve Kerr. Everybody getting full right now. Ron Harper walking in with the 6th trophy. Great looking piece of hardware right there. Ron, is that heavier than the first 5? Huh? Is that heavier than the first 5?
This is tremendously great. I'm happy to carry this one. I was proud last year to carry that one, but this one here will go down in the history book as
a great season for our basketball team.
How were you designated to carry this?
I stole it. See, I played great defense. I don't only steal the basketball, I stole the World Championship trophy.
Is this going to be on the hood of your car? Are you stealing this?
No,
out of the building?
This is going to be in my house. This is not going on the hood of no car. This is going to be in my house. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to give it to my teammates. We're going to pass it around on our airplane home. There's going to be a lot of enjoyment and great fun.
All right, Ronnie, thank you very much. Earlier, we were talking with Carmen Electra here in the locker room partying, and Jim Rose talked with her boyfriend just a few minutes ago.
Well, I think that the referees in the league would expect us to roll over and die tonight, have a 7 games so they can make that extra $30 million. But, you know, thank God we got the players in this team that believe in what's going on.
You've gone to Vegas in your lifetime. What are the odds of bringing everybody back next year? In reality, what do you think the reality is going to be? What are the odds?
I don't know. It's probably like a 50-50 right now. I mean, I couldn't tell you. You know, I would love to see everybody get back, but, you know, it's just...
You want to go through this again?
I would love to go through it again.
Dennis, what does this 6th championship in particular mean to you? This is your 4th championship as a professional basketball player. 5. Excuse me. Thank you for correcting my arithmetic.
Don't allow me my props, man. Come on. I think it means more to me.
I actually felt like Willis Reed. Every time I had to run up and down the court, it was just a grimace on my face of the pain. But, you know, I just tried to stick with it. And, you know, Michael had a great game. So, you know, I knew if I could just stay out there and get the ball to him, we had a good chance.
We're with Scottie Pippen. Scottie, now that you're celebrating, you're feeling good, you're coming back next year, right?
I answer that in a couple of days.
Scottie?
Maybe at Grant Park.
All right. He's got a little something in store for the fans in Chicago, possibly making his announcement about his future as early as the Grant Park celebration. We'll be back with much more in a minute. Back to Jim and Cheryl.
All right, Mark, of course, the Street Festival Park on Tuesday.
Right. The weather should do well.
We hope so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sunny, a little cloudy, and now we're going to go back to...
For the Bulls, he didn't score 30 points like he did in the last game, but he did score in double figures and was a big scorer tonight for the Bulls.
Let's check in with Tim Weigel now. Who have you got, Tim?
Linda, we're in the locker room with Randy Brown. Grew up in Chicago. Local guy makes good. Another world championship ring. You got a cigar working, but you haven't lit it up yet, Randy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm afraid of these things. I'm afraid what'll happen in the morning when I wake up. So I'll put it on hold for now.
All right, so it's just a prop.
It's just a prop right now. You know, just to show that I'm a champion again. So just to let you guys know I have one.
Well, Randy, you have what now? Three rings?
My third one. I think this is the best.
Well, it's certainly amazing the way it all panned out. But, you know, for you personally, obviously a bittersweet experience. For some reason, you got in Phil's doghouse. We didn't see you out there. You weren't playing. So you got to have kind of some torn emotions about the way this thing all fell down.
Not really. You know, the important thing that for myself, I just had to stay ready and stay focused and just cheer the rest of the guys on no matter what the situation was for myself. I was just happy for the guys. Get the guys strength to go out there and play hard and make us champions. So whatever happened after that is all over.
Well, on the bright side is Phil's going to be leaving, and you're staying. You got a contract for what, 2 more years?
Well, yeah, I'm here for 2 more years, and you never know what's going to happen with this team.
You don't in this business, do you? I mean, you don't know if Michael's coming back. You don't know if Dennis is coming back. Scotty, who knows? I mean, but except you know that you're coming back.
I know myself, Ron Harper, and Tony Kukoc to be back. Other than that, I don't know what's going on, but we just have to wait throughout the summer and see what happens. Hopefully everybody will come back and we can do this thing again.
Get up there. We got to get with Scott Burrell, who's going to join in on the party here. Scott, we're just talking to Randy. I mean, he knows the Chicago. See, this is your first. This is his third. I mean, how's this rank in the Scott Burrell pantheon of thrills?
This is the biggest thrill I've ever had. You know, I'm known as a champion now, and I'm glad to be part of this great team.
Well, that's true, Randy. They'll never take that away from either one of you guys or any of you guys. You are the world champions, although a lot of people are going to say...
From him. They can take it one time. He still got 2 more championships.
Well, how about it? I mean, you know, this is your first year watching Michael Jordan. I mean, this must be a dizzying experience to see what this man can accomplish.
It's not my 5th year watching him, or 4th year watching him, but I'm glad to be on the same team as him for the first time. And it's amazing what he could do and how hard he works and how much he deserves this championship.
Well, that's true. I mean, Randy, you've been with him for a while now. I mean, you ever go tired of being a part of this whole thing? I mean, can you see it ever ending?
Well, hopefully not. This is my 7th year in the NBA, and I don't think I've got tired of watching Michael and Scotty, those guys perform. And either watching us win, I think I'll never get tired of that. I pray to God it'll never end, but someday it has to end.
What do you think, man? You're coming back next year, right?
No, I'm not back. He's back. He's one of the three that are coming back.
So you're still you're a free agent?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wow. Man, that's kind of scary, huh? I mean, it's nice. You're a world champion. There you go, Johnny.
Leg saved one. Leg saved one.
Okay, I knew Johnny would get it.
Leg. He saved one.
Big back. This jacket is shot. All right, Bill Wennington. I got wet. Are you happy?
Don't look wet enough. Where are the showers? How long is that cord? Let's go to the showers. Go to the showers. Let's go to the showers.
Not all the way, man. Come on, come on. Be careful. All right, okay, be careful. Be careful. Come on, come on. No, I got it. Please. Come on, dude. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I knew you were going to get me down. Oh, no. Hey, man, I got my wallet in here. Look out. It's not over. Back to you in the studio.
Oh, Tim, we thought we'd see you in there.
We're out of danger now.
Well, I don't know. He's right beside you.
He could go off at any minute.
Still put you kind of help the team out a little bit.
Yeah, we got a little foul trouble. He put me in there, and it was nice to go out there. I had one jumper.
That was sweet. That was great. The first time you get a touch, bam.
Well, I should have shot it the second time. I got a touch too, only I got a traveling call after, so.
Get over here to Scotty, man.
Back.
We're still on with Bill.
Highlight of the post game.
See, man, we want you, not Scotty.
Almost throwing Tim Wagle in the shower, almost. Almost. He's too little and he's squirmy.
I'm a former running back.
You've been here for the second repeat. How does it feel? And deep down in your heart, what is going on inside right now with all the talk of breakup in the last dance and everything?
You know, it's really difficult to think about, you know, what's going to happen now. It's just really hard. It's sad when you really think about it, when you get down to it, because we have such great relationships with all the guys on the team, with the coaches, and I mean, we've really achieved a lot. I think we've achieved a lot more in the past 3 or 6 years that teams may never do again. And starting off with the 72-10 year that I was here for, and then the 2 years following, and 2 years here in Utah. It's just been outstanding.
Well, Bill, that's the thing. I mean, you've been a part of it now, and you've kind of anticipated we're reaching this point, and now, bang, it's like you've reached the wall, and it is kind of frightening, isn't it?
It's very scary, and it's very sad when you think about it. And it's something I really don't want to think about right now.
I don't blame you.
It bothers me, and you know, it's hard when you think that, you know, you got great friends on this team and guys I've been with for 5 years, and next year it could all be different.
You're a young man. You've had some amazing memories already, a lifetime worth of memories in this business. I mean, as you look down the road, I mean, it's probably going to pinch yourself every once in a while and say, my God, I played with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
But I got it all on video, baby. Look, Mom, I'm in the locker room.
Yeah, they'll never be able to question your story.
Oh, I know. I'll be here. I'm here, and it's just been great.
Yes, it has. And you have too, pal. I'm glad you missed me.
I miss you. And you know, look at his jacket. Look at it. He's actually got batteries back here.
I do, as a matter of fact, right here. See, here are the batteries. Here's the batteries.
Look, if I pull the plug.
No, that's my connection to the world here. That's my umbilical cord. Thanks, Bill. Congratulations. It's been great being with you. Thank you. All right, Jay, if you want to hold with me a minute, and Linda, let's kind of go across the way here. We have Tony Kukoc, if we could get my buddy Ken out of the way here.
Hey, Tim?
Yes, Linda?
You need those battery packs to light up your jackets, don't you?
Well, that's what it's for, Linda. But, you know, I think it's working, too. I was afraid to get them wet in the shower. Here's Tony.
But I said so many.
I love you, but I'm going. We're flying back to Chicago tonight.
Wherever he wants to right about now. He worked pretty hard.
Michael Jordan. He should enjoy the
Always
celebration.
got time for the media.
He's given us so many
cordial,
highlights,
even in
too.
a bum ride.
And Mark's right in the thick of things there.
It's absolutely something, isn't he? I'll tell you.
Mark's been grilling everyone about what about next year, right, Mark?
Well, what do you want me to say, huh? We're so greedy, we can't enjoy the moment. I can't with my producer, Larry
That's
Snyder.
a lot of love from his producer there.
Is it wrong for one man to kiss another man? No.
You got to give some love to each other, see? You've got it like that, Mark.
And just before Michael came out, His sidekick, Scottie Pippen, who gave a valiant performance, talked with us right here in this very same hallway. A valiant effort. I mean, you knew you couldn't score, but you did everything else.
Yeah, I just tried to make my presence be a little bit of a factor right there. You know, I realized I wasn't mobile enough to move. The loose balls that I was able to get to, you know, it was kind of a struggle for me, but I just tried to hang in there. I felt like that, you know, my presence out on the court was more important than being laying back in the locker room.
You think you'd go down like Willis Reed coming back?
I actually felt like Willis Reed. Every time I had to run up and down the court, it was just a grimace on my face of the pain, but, you know, I just tried to stick with it, and, you know, Michael had a great game, so I knew if I could just stay out there and get the ball to him, we had a good chance.
We're with Scottie Pippen. Scottie, now that you're celebrating, you're feeling good, you're coming back next year, right?
I answer that in a couple of days.
Scottie?
Maybe at Grant Park.
All right. Got a little something in store for the fans in Chicago, possibly making his announcement about his future.
Confidence in that game. He was ready to play it all the way through.
Right. I'm sure you've been asked this in the news conference already, but...
No, I don't know what I'm going
to do. Phil, is it more relief than ecstasy?
Oh, no, it's ecstasy. It's ecstasy.
But June, aren't you in ecstasy?
Ask him a question.
Okay, go ahead and ask him.
Are you leaving?
Leaving? I'm going to Chicago right now. I'm on an airplane.
Come on, we're partying all night.
See you at the airport then. If we can't, say goodbye.
All right.
Ready to go.
Phil Jackson with a little kiss for June, as I guess they're going their separate ways here. Phil getting on the charter with the rest of the team, and they're heading back to Chicago as soon as possible. But we enjoyed bringing you that little warm moment right there.
It shows you that the wives need a scorecard, too, in terms of, okay, where is my husband going next now that they've won?
Yeah, right. And when am I allowed to talk to him after 15 other reporters are in front of me?
We thought she was asking, are you coming back next year, Phil?
Because, you know, I think she asked that earlier. Just want to know if she should leave the door open for him. Are you leaving right now?
We're leaving. We're gone. We're on our way home.
What's the party going to be like on the plane?
Oh, we're going to have fun.
Phil Jackson enjoying one of the many cigars being lit around here. I hope we don't have a... You think we're violating the fire code in this place right now? Yeah, I would say so.
Well, Mark, you know, Jerry Reinsdorf at halftime skipped over all the questions regarding Phil Jackson when asked if he would return, if he wanted him to return. It's kind of interesting.
Well, you know, Jerry's very good at skipping over a lot of questions. He's never given us a direct answer in the past 3 or 4 years. He's got to take a wait-and-see attitude right now. You know, Phil has gone on record as saying wild horses couldn't drag me away. A lot of wild horses in this locker room tonight, and I think when all is said and done, Phil will reconsider. Whether he actually comes back or not remains to be seen, but I think he definitely will reconsider after this. But they do have to be careful and not let the euphoria of the moment cloud their judgment. You know, it's going to come down to what Phil has said, what do I want to do with my life as a person? You know, I've done it all as a coach. And some of the players are saying, hey, you know, we need to go elsewhere. We've had enough. So we'll see what happens.
Perhaps June, his wife, showed us some indication of maybe she wants them all to herself next year. You know, maybe she doesn't want to share them with Chicago fans and the rest of the world. Maybe he can come home and hang out for a while.
We'll have to see. Let's go to Jim Rose right now, though. Jim?
We're live with Scottie Pippen in the locker room, and, you know, as I was talking to you earlier, this could be a bittersweet moment for you because this may have been the last time you wear this number 33.
Well, I guess I'm going to just have to wear them back in Chicago. But, you know, it's been great. You know, I've had a great career here in Chicago, playing for Phil, playing alongside Michael. It's been a lot of fun. And, you know, a lot of things have been made about my future right now. And I'm going to just have to sit back and, you know, let this soak in and decide, you know, what I'm going to do over the next few days.
Scottie, I've known you since you came here in 1987 as a young man out of Central Arkansas. And you've had a career that has just gone up and up and up. And, you know, when you think of Scottie Pippen, you only think of him in a Chicago Bulls uniform. And by July 1st, that may not be a possibility anymore.
But, yeah, I mean, that's the only way I've always looked at it and wanted to look at it. But, you know, due through some things that has just not fell in the right direction and fell in the right places that, you know, I may have the opportunity to go somewhere else. I'm not counting out Chicago right now, but you know, I will say that, you know, there is a possibility that I may be back.
Michael Jordan was spectacular tonight. You were, too, because you came in. You should have been in the hospital tonight with the back the way it was. how bad did it hurt and how bad did it affect you?
It affected me a lot, you know, especially start of the game. I got a dunk, and when I came down, the pounding just sort of started spasming every time I ran down the court. But, you know, I tried to stay in there and was able to hang for about the first 6 or 7 minutes. And I came in and got some treatment and wanted to go back out for the second quarter, but I wasn't able to get myself going. And I just told Chip to just load me up with some treatment and massages from the massage therapist. And, you know, I just gutted it out and felt like that I could go out and just give them my best the next 24 minutes. So I thought that, you know, this was the game that we could get.
Scotty, I would be remiss. Scotty, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you. Excuse me. I would be remiss if I... Excuse me. I was here first. I would be remiss if I did not ask you, do you have any animosity toward the two Jerrys and trying to work out a deal with them and come back?
Not at this time. I mean, I'm happy, you know, I'm happy that the season's over. I'm happy that we're able to clear things up. And, you know, I've been able to go out and play without dealing with the two Jerrys all season. And, you know, maybe there is another season there for me. But, you know, as I said, I'm going to sit back and let this championship and this win and celebration, everything soak in. And I'll make a decision.
It has to be more than one season, though, right?
Before the poor etiquette considered.
Well, I feel like that it needs to be at least more than one season. I mean, I have to look more for my future.
Well, I mean, you've got to play at least 3-4 more years in this league, right?
Hopefully. But the way I feel today, maybe one more year may be too many.
Hey, listen, you know, when you look ahead, Scotty, you know, obviously you and Michael have got to be together, though, right?
Well, I would love to say yes, and, you know, I would love that.
Can you imagine playing in the league without Michael? It's all your career. You and Michael have been the team.
No, I mean, as many teams he's disappointed. I don't want to be on the disappointing side, but, you know, I've enjoyed my career with Michael, and I feel like that, you know, I perform much.
His victorious efforts or his gallant efforts being heard, and Michael hitting the incredible game-winning shot. The Jazz could not put you away. That was the key. They could not get a lead on you.
Yeah, we I don't even know what happened, mate. It was all kind of a rush. I do know that Michael played unbelievably well and hit all the shots that counted, so that's why I call him Mike.
What are you going to do now?
Well, party till dawn. All right.
All right, Luke's out all night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, Mike. Thanks, Mark.
All right, Mike.
Party till dawn.
So I guess some of them said they were getting on the plane, but I guess they'll party on the plane all the way.
That's right.
The friendly
Phil Jackson
skies.
said we're going to have a good time, and there's no doubt about it. I'm sure they're going to. They've worked hard.
They deserve it.
This goes back 8 years that many of these folks have been together.
Yeah.
When you think about what they've accomplished, they have a right to celebrate.
And speaking of celebrations, our own Alan Krzyzewski's been among some of the celebrations tonight. Alan, what's going on still at the United Center at this late hour?
Well, I'll tell you what, Cheryl and Jim, the celebration here, I think, has moved out to the streets, moved out to the people's homes, back to their living rooms, whatever the case might be, so they can enjoy themselves. There's a lot of confetti, though, that's still here that they still need to sweep up, and as you can see, they're actually beginning to take up the floor right now. You know, the people who came here, they may have watched the Bulls up on the big Jumbotrons, but for the thousands of fans here, they were courtside with the Bulls. You know, the biggest win ever for them. And the seats that went for thousands of bucks on Friday night were $10 tonight, a family night really here at the UC. But there wasn't a whole lot of sitting going on here at the United Center, certainly not during those last seconds when Michael Jordan brought it back home for the Bulls. Yeah, while the Delta Center may have been uncharacteristically quiet, the United Center went wild to the rafters. This was the night they've waited for, and while it couldn't come soon enough, there was no doubt among the diehard fans that it would come tonight. The nail-biting's over. The celebration of 6 is here.
Never doubt the Bulls. Number one. Never doubt it. Never. Mike will always be the best. And don't forget it. Number one, baby. Stockton was so good in that shot. I just hoped it would go in. We need the other Bulls back next year for a reach. 4-piece.
Yeah, there's just no question. They absolutely felt they were at the game. And this was the scene here at the United Center tonight. The 5 previous championship trophies paraded around for the fans to see. And, of course, we're going to be adding to that come Tuesday. It's just going to be unbelievable for the rally that's coming up in Grant Park. And people are ready for it. There's just no question about it. Kenny Mack, in fact, is standing here with me. Look what he's done. He's there. He's got the Bulls number 6. Kenny you were telling me, Kenny, that this is your first time actually in the UC. What was it like for you to experience this tonight?
It was an experience I would never never forget. It was very successful, and I want to congratulate the Bulls on number 6, and hopefully they'll be going for 7. And also the fact that it was only $10 because I wouldn't have been able to afford the ticket.
Yeah, well, it was $10. That's true. It was a lot cheaper than what's Friday night for thousands of bucks here. All right, Kenny, thanks very much. It was an incredible night for those who gathered here this evening, and of course they're looking forward to the big rally that's going to be coming up later on this week. Live at the United Center, Alan Krzyzewski, ABC 7 News. Jim, Cheryl, back to you.
Good way for people to take in the game and be together with other fans when the team's on the road. Let's go back out to Utah now. Thanks, Alan. JR out at Utah for us. Hey, JR.
Hi, Jim. How are you? A little bit calmer right here. Judd Bushler is sitting here. He's got a bottle of champagne in one hand and a big, is that a Cohiba?
I don't smoke.
What is
I
that
smoke
thing?
cigars once a year.
Let's see. They gave me one.
What about the future getting his shirt dry cleaned?
Well, that's fine. We'll get that taken care of. I got one back in the room that I can wear on the airplane, and maybe we'll do a little dance on the airplane or whatever.
Well, let us know when you're going to dance. I want to see that.
Okay. Well, they got a tape of me dancing on one of the flights back or in a bus.
Live right now. How about it?
But this is tremendous.
All right, Jerry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for you keep asking.
Jerry, we're not going to ask you that inevitable question, but what are you going to say to these guys on the plane? Nobody. I don't know. I think it was Klein again. Pippen. Oh man, they're not going to want to talk about next year either. But what are you going to talk about on the plane?
How great this is, how sweet it is, just how sweet it is.
Are they going to give you, the fans have a tough time giving you your due, and they have. Do the players give you your due when you're together in private?
Oh, yeah, I don't even, that's it's a great unit, and it's a great group of people, and that's all we care about. It's a tremendous group of people. I got champagne in my eyes, and that ain't a bad feeling, but we're just going to have fun tonight on the airplane.
Jerry, you talk about tomorrow, but what about
Somebody give me a towel, please.
Get him another towel. What's this team proven over the years?
Pardon me?
What's this team proven over the years?
Please give me a towel. I can't see.
Okay. There you go.
Champagne got right in my eyes.
So just, what is this, man? You putting this together 6 times. What does it say about this organization and the team?
I think what it says is that I work for the best owner in sports, and he lets us do what we have to do. And we've got great staff, and we've got great coaches and great scouts, and our medical staff proved it again today. They're the best. Yeah. And Al Vermeil and our physical therapist, Brigitte, did a tremendous job with Scotty at halftime. All those extra people that are so important in what we do and help us win basketball games. And when you're in my position, you let your people do the job, and you sit back and enjoy it. And we got very special people in this organization. It was great that Karen Stack hugged me, and I hugged her, and there's just so many people in this organization. Been here so long.
I hear you're going over to fix the White Sox now. Is that right?
I'm going to. I'm not. Another bullshit rumor.
Jerry, did you talk? All right, Jerry Krause, soaked, drenched, but ecstatic.
Competitive and so driven, is certainly not ready to hang it up yet.
I couldn't agree with you more, Linda. He's done so well. He's been so phenomenal. This year being a complete topper. And there's no way, as well-conditioned as he is, Michael Jordan, the greatest conditioned athlete in the world, perhaps, there's no way he couldn't play a year, 2, 3, I would say maybe 3 years tops, but he could certainly play at the top of his game for quite a while yet, make a ton of money, provide plenty of thrills, and at this point, it just does not compute for Michael Jordan to not come back. Although, as we've said several times with David Falk and Todd Musburger and some of the players, how do you top this one? But last year, Linda and Jay, we said, how's he going to top that 39-point performance when he had the flu? He always thinks of something or manages to make something happen that just makes us shake our heads.
He creates these incredible stories season after season, and I think I remember him last season at this time saying, this was the toughest one. He said that again tonight. This was the toughest one.
And if he wins next year, that will be the toughest one, because the longer you go, the harder you have to work to get it, and that's really the challenge that he relishes.
Tim, we're going to listen to MJ talking about how this ring and this championship compares to the other one.
Cool. In comparing this feeling you have now with the other 5, is this feeling at all a little more bittersweet in knowing that it might be the end of a very special era?
Well, I think it's bittersweet in the sense that it was the toughest route, the toughest challenge that we've had in the 6 championships that we've won. In some people's eyes, no one expected us to fulfill this, and that was part of the challenge. And then the 5 before that, everybody predicted us in some respects, and it was a hands-down situation. Here it wasn't, and we had to do it against a team that
played well all season long. Played at home, had a crowd that was really energetic and kept them motivated. And we lost our opportunity to win it at home, and we came here. I mean, at first, as soon as the games ended in Chicago, it was some dim feelings and some negative thoughts, and as time went past, I think everybody realized that if we want that sixth title, we have to go through Utah to get it.
Michael Jordan comparing this victory to the last 5, the previous 5.
Just as sweet, perhaps even sweeter. Tim Weigel still in the locker room in Salt Lake City. He's with Steve Kerr now. Tim.
Yes, I am, Jay. We moved over to the door, and here is Steve Kerr, who's the happiest man. You're like Lou Gehrig tonight.
I'm the happiest man alive. You're right.
Well, actually, you have some competition in this room, though, Steve. There's some awfully happy people.
Happy guys. A lot of happy
We've been discussing some bittersweet happiness because that thought of the future kind of like takes a little. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, good.
It's not bittersweet at all. I mean, if this was my last Bulls game, then I've had the greatest 5-year run that I can imagine. And I don't deserve all this. This is amazing. And if we're not back, then that's okay. I'm just happy to have been a part of all of it.
Well, of course, you realize it will take a lot to get everybody back, but it would seem silly not to after the success you've enjoyed this year.
Give me a few days, all right? I'm not going to talk about next year.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. How about the present? How about the moment? And you've seen it all. I mean, no, not at all, but you've seen amazing things with Michael Jordan. When you watch that whole thing unfold in front of you tonight, the steal, when the basket went down, I mean, did you say to yourself, oh, my God, he's done it again?
I didn't say that until the shot went in with 5 seconds left. Then I thought, oh, my God, this guy's ridiculous. And thank God he's on my team.
Oh, can you fathom that? I mean, you're played with almost a superhuman creature.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I mean, if he hadn't come back 3 years ago, then I would have kept playing for the Bulls and had a great run and really enjoyed it, but I never would have won any championships. And these moments for 3 years in a row doing this are so amazing. And, he's the main reason. So thank you, Michael.
Oh, amen, because, you play at this level, just a lifetime of thrills. You were in the NBA, you did this, you did that. And then to put along with that, 3 world championship rings, and to play alongside, you were the other guard with Michael Jordan, for God's sake. I go around telling people I played football with Calvin Hill. I think you got me beat, Steve.
For 20 police vehicles. What am I doing here? I feel like Forrest Gump, I keep showing up at all these places like, hey. But,
Exhausted Michael Jordan, an heroic moment carried off the court by his teammate Scottie Pippen. MJ to Kerr, and it was dagger time and time for championship number 5. The celebration 12 months ago at the United Center. All right, once again, as we continue right here on Fox Sports Chicago with Live in the Locker Room. Let's go back out to the...
Like the city is staying pretty calm. People are just very, very happy. Live at Jetcopter 1 over the southwest side, Bill Rogers News Channel 5.
And as Dick Case...
We really had a great time and formed some strong relationships with ourselves as players, with the coaches who've been here working hard with us, and then with MJ since he's come back.
We had a great team. We were lucky to get out of this one.
Oliver Miller plays it. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets... No, he cannot get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls
What he did in the final minute of the game is something.
Obviously, we've lost our signal. The locker room, things get unplugged.
The location at the moment, but 2 men have been taken out of the way that everyone would reconsider, and they'd all come back.
Break up a happy home. All right. Well, break up a happy home. All right, ladies, let me ask you guys.
Malone came down the other end, thanks to winning shot. All in the last...
At least he didn't use light beer. I mean...
It's cold, too.
Or water by Lori.
Well, at least it's Lori Weisskopf, PR.
Lori
We'll get Lori
Weisskopf,
later.
Look at Lori.
You having a good time, Lori?
Lori!
Well, Lori, congratulations, Lori. You've been lifted up by Bill Wennington. All right.
Hey, Billy.
What
a night.
How old is it for you, TD?
You only got about a minute left on your battery.
On my battery?
Yeah.
Okay. I got another battery. I got more film. I got everything I need, Tom. You don't want to go back to my room?
No, thanks. Billy, first of all, congratulations on another great championship. And this time, you're a participant. A lot of different feelings, obviously.
A lot of different feelings, and it was great. And I got a chance to go in there tonight, and defensively, I got a nice foul on Karl Malone.
Malone. Unfortunately, he made the basket, but I did get to stick a jump shot, and I was out there for a little while. But you know, it was just a great game. It was tight all the way. It was close, and MJ came through in a clutch. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better finish.
Defense decides a championship again, and I guess there's no surprise in that, right?
Definitely not. I mean, defense is what I'm sure you talk to any coach in the world, and I'll tell you, defense wins games for you. And our defense tonight was great, and we did what we needed to do when we had.
And you guys now get a chance to go home and celebrate in Chicago in style again.
Yes, we do, and you know, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we
in Lincoln Park, Humboldt Park, and Washington Park, where they've seen trouble, and the couldn't go, and Ron couldn't go. He said, "Mike, you got to do it."
I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. I had to do whatever I could to help motivate this team, and I was hoping that it wouldn't be all offense, but it had to be all offense.
Say though is pray for some more rain. Live at the 911 Center, Mark Sapelson, News Channel 5.
Mark, thank you. He's absolutely right. The fact that it is Sunday night, we've said that a couple of times now, that does help out in terms of controlling the crowds out there. Let's go to Dick Kay out on Division Street and see what's happening out there. Dick.
Well, Warner and Allison, Elvis lives, and he's a Bulls fan. We've also seen some entrepreneurship here tonight. We had a saxophone player come along and play a few tunes, and a gentleman by his side passed a hat. And now we've been spotted. And you can see the enthusiasm for this sixth championship by the Chicago Bulls. Up until now, though, it's been rather quiet, peaceful, easy crowd. They got some of the celebration out early, and by the time we got through with the post-game show, the crowd had settled down a little bit, and now they've come to life again. And police have been keeping a watchful eye. They've had a few motorcycle cops back in the alley. They've got mounted patrols at each end of this block. The crowd is relatively small compared to what it's been in previous years, and police have been on the rooftops. And every now and then a few helmeted police will come in and make sure that they separate any of those who look like they might want to get into some fisticuffs. It's been well managed and quiet, and as you can see, enthusiastic. Live from Division Street, Dick Kay, News Channel 5.
And it appears our cameras make them a little more enthusiastic as they see themselves.
But truly, our hats off to the Chicago Police Department for the job that they are doing right now. They obviously can't be every place and where there might be some violence, but they certainly are doing an excellent job at this time. Truly, our hats off to them in this sixth championship.
And our live team coverage continues in just a moment, but first, Jordan's second NBA final win.
What a great price in a 90
calls. Now that's compared 1,196. That's compared to a little over 1,200 last year at the same time. So it would appear that things are not getting out of hand, but there is a bit of looting around. The 911 center got one officer needs assistance call, 55 calls of criminal damage to property, 59 calls reporting of fires, and 13 calls of looting, and another 96 of shots being fired. So there is a little bit of scattered chaos around the city. We do hope police are getting it under control.
Yeah, I can say, Steve, that we have seen one incident at Armitage and Western, reportedly shots fired, and also on Western a little bit north of Armitage, same thing. So we have seen some isolated incidents, but hopefully not too much trouble elsewhere. Back to you.
Okay, and we did, thanks, Robin. We did have an unconfirmed report that a 7-Eleven store at Archer and Central Avenue was looted during a large disturbance in that area, and I think we did see some video of that earlier.
Let's get back to the celebration if we could. I guess Michael Jordan's getting on the bus.
Yeah, they have some shots of him.
Coming
Michael
home.
Jordan's sixth championship. He compared himself to the Bill Russell era, but I mentioned two different eras. Really much more pressure on players of these days, and Bill Russell, not taking anything away from Russell. That was a great dynasty for the Boston Celtics, but I'll tell you, the Bulls really did the job this time around. 6 out of 8, Michael the key in every one. And Steve Kerr said he's the main man. You can tell how tired he is.
Well, Rich, where is Dennis Rodman? We have not heard from him since the game ended.
Not surprising. He's hard to get a hold of sometimes. You know, we chase him around the UC sometimes. He comes out different doors. I don't know what kind of doors there are at the Delta Center, but whatever doors there are, I'm sure Dennis has found a private way to get out.
Maybe he's with Carmen.
He really doesn't like talking to the media, does he?
He doesn't like to stop. He'll talk en route. You have to get him walking, which is very dangerous on the reporters and also the camera guys more so. but he will talk when he walks, but he doesn't know. He doesn't like to stop, doesn't like to talk to the media, does so under duress sometimes, and he's that kind of guy. He's just not very cooperative in that way.
Question about, go ahead.
We're going to say Dan is standing by back at the Delta Center. Speaking of that place, let's go back and join our sports director and see what's going on with that champagne on his head there.
I'm well covered up. Everything's copacetic out here right now, you guys. Although just about everyone has cleared the Delta Center at this point. All the players are on the bus getting ready to head for the airport and get on their private chartered jet and head back to Chicago. I'd like to be a bug on the wall in that airplane. That should be a heck of a flight back there, shouldn't it? But it's been a terrific night here, obviously, and an historic night as well. This is one that people in Chicago should file away in the time capsule and not forget, because we may never see one like this again. Certainly Michael Jordan, if it is his swan song, bowing out with an absolutely incredible performance, that 45 points, and doing all the damage down the stretch as the Bulls won this thing by 1 point tonight, Rich.
And wrapping it up out there, you know, the flavor for this thing, you're in a good position to get the flavor for it. Talking to the players out there in the last couple of days, you sense this thing is going to end? What's your gut feeling on this, or are they coming back for one more time around?
I would say that the immediate feeling after tonight was obviously joy, and then there's a certain sense of relief out here tonight, Rich. I think that people are glad to have this over with. It's been a long, long grind. You know, it started way back in October on the trip to Paris, which disrupted the early part of everything, and a long and, as we said, kind of a contemptuous regular season with Scotty missing some games and a lot of infighting among the organization. But when it was all said and done, the Bulls came out on top again for the 6th time. And I think when people sit back and rest and look at the tape maybe and get a little perspective on this once the rally and everything else is over with, I would be very much surprised if there was anybody on this basketball team that didn't want to come back and try this one more time next year. Can't speak for the ownership or the management. That's a whole different deal. But
guys, let's see it. Let's see your dance. Let's see the championship dance step there.
he said one thing and then...
I have a feeling they'll be styling through the night here on the south side of the 50-yard line. Back to you guys.
Oh,
You know, hanging with a shoe. It's another testament.
And I don't know how many people heard that, but that was the first Jordan shoe. That was the first one in the line of many, many to come. That is right.
So you watch the game tonight, and you just can't resist seeing the Bulls at their best again. Well, neither can our Tom Scher. He's joining us now with some highlights of this championship game. Tom?
What a privilege to watch it wherever you were, Alice. And at last, those words say it all. After another long season of games both on and off the court, the Bulls have taken all comers and put together a successful title run for the 6th time. And they did it without Scottie Pippen, a remarkable display of guts and guile. Look at his face. The pain of a bad back. He played just 8 minutes in the first half, but came back great in the second half. Let's go late now. Ron Harper with a shot to beat the shot clock. He gets credit for it. It shouldn't have counted. A bad call that went in the Bulls' favor, and that helped. It tied it with 3.5 minutes to go. All right, now you got John Stockton with a big three-point attempt, putting Utah ahead by 3 with under a minute to play. The Bulls needed some miracles, and there's the man who creates them. Michael Jordan driving to the basket to put the Bulls within 1. And then an absolutely huge play. Utah has the ball, but Jordan strips Malone, creates the turnover. Michael making it happen. Now he has to score. Keep in mind, the Bulls are still down. Brian Russell on him again. The kid can't guard Mike. Virtually no one can in this point. And then there you go. The shot wins the championship, although not quite. 5 seconds on the clock. Utah with a chance. Stockton, no. Bulls control the rebound and win their 6th championship, 87-86. Look at Michael. Can you believe the privilege we all have of seeing this again and again and again? They repeat the three-peat. Jordan finishes the night with his hands raised in victory. A 45-point effort by Michael. Scotty with a couple of big shots in the second half. Tony Kukoc, the unsung hero, with 15 points, and on it goes. If this is the end of the Bulls as we know them, remember this impressive stat. Since they started winning championships, the Bulls have won every NBA final when Michael Jordan played a full season. 6 for 6, as Michael himself pointed out earlier tonight in the locker room. Magic's Lakers won only 5 titles, and it took them 9 years. What a run here in Chicago. Warner, Allison.
Hope it keeps going.
It is absolutely amazing. This team defies any explanation. It truly does. Let's take a break. When we come back, there's lots more coming. Stay with us.
Here's Paxson for three. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead as Phoenix calls for time.
This Butch Harmon golf tip is brought to you in part by Nissan.
Are you losing distance because you sway off of the ball? In other words, you slide to the right? Perfect little drill for you. Take an old shaft, put it right in the middle of your right foot. As you go back, turn inside that shaft. If you sway, you'll run into it. Get out of the sway. You'll hit better shots. They'll go straighter and they'll go further. Straighter and further, better golf.
This is a new Nissan Maxima, a new Altima, and this is the Nissan $100 Challenge. Test drive a new 98 Nissan.
We now join our program, already in progress.
60 days, we'll give you $100. Of course, if you buy the Nissan, you'll get something even better.
Pretty worth remembering as long as nobody gets hurt. Take it away, Jumbotron, with the bullish highlights. Yeah, the same old sinking feeling for the Jazz. Another championship run stomped on by the Bulls.
And after this one, will the music stop? We'll look into Chicago's crystal ball.
And if it's indeed true, the game at all levels will never be able to replace the games.
We start the show with Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and 6, that's the number we're going to be talking about a lot. It's the number of titles the Bulls have won now in the 90s. It's the number of MVPs Michael Jordan has now won. The Bulls beat the Jazz to win the final series 4-2, and if this was indeed the last dance, the Bulls' final run, it couldn't have ended on a better note for Michael Jordan. First half action of the game, and Karl Malone, happy to be back in Utah with a chance to tie the series at 3 games apiece. Scottie Pippen in pain, suffering from soreness in his lower back, but he started anyway. In the first quarter, he got the jam there, and he's in serious pain. Bulls up by 2 early. Later in the first, MJ spots up. Third rock. Part of a 9-0 Chicago run. Moments later, Pippen is out, headed for the locker room to stretch out his back. And Utah takes advantage. Karl Malone. Yeah, hitting the J there. They love it in Utah. 12-2 Jazz run. Pippen still in the locker room, stretching out. He would sit out the majority of the first half. In Chicago, down by 3. Second quarter, MJ carrying the load. In for the layup. Then Kukoc finds him, and he finds net. Bulls up by 1, 36-35. Utah looks to the mailman. Malone up and under on Dennis Rodman. He had 20 points in the first half. Jazz up by 3. But Jordan answered, working the baseline, fading away, and scoring. 23 points in the first half. Game tied at 45. Under a minute to play in the first half. Malone finds the cutting John Stockton. And Utah goes up by 4 at the half. The score there was 49-45. And as we said, MJ had 23 in that first half.
All right, so that was the situation at the half. Let's bring in Big Game James Worthy, our NBA analyst, to put at least this first half under the scope. A lot of ball to talk about,
Yeah.
and the Bulls playing well in the first half, even though down a few points. But, of course, Scottie Pippen having to leave with that back problem.
Yeah, no question. The first half was definitely close. I really thought Utah had a great chance of winning this ball game, particularly when Scottie Pippen went down, but they really didn't take advantage of his absence. Michael Jordan stepped up big time for the Chicago Bulls. Karl Malone and crew really couldn't move ahead and get this game open, about 10 or 15 points. And then Scottie Pippen came back, and his presence alone really encouraged the rest of the Bulls to start collectively playing some solid defense and holding the Jazz to a low percentage in the third and fourth quarters. And then the Jazz did not come through in the fourth, and Michael Jordan just really took this ball game from the Jazz tonight, no question.
Well, stay put, James. We'll get more from you. Talk about that second half in just a few minutes. That's what we're going to look at right now.
All right, I've got the second half. Let's check it out and see what happened. Third quarter, Pippen getting loose, decides to give the third quarter a go. Meanwhile, things get physical. Look at Rodman and Malone, an early start in their wrestling career, knocking each other around. All we need is a ring here. They keep getting up. They keep going down. In the end, bodies on the hardwood. Malone happy because Rodman gets the foul. After things would settle down, Pippen hurting, puts up a miss. Rodman worms it in, and we're tied at 59. Moments later,
Pippen says, I can't do it, leaves the game again, would sit out the rest of the third quarter, time running out in the third. Howard Isley finds Adam Keefe inside for the bucket. Malone is loving it on the bench. Utah led by 5 after 3. Fourth quarter, Rodman looking to pass, says, hey, wait a minute, I'll take the shot. Dennis, you scored. Yeah, I know, you're going to Vegas. All right. All these years in the NBA, he's still surprised when he puts one in. Bulls down by 1. Then what? More drama. Pippen returns to the game for the pivotal fourth quarter. He would have an impact. Down by 3, Pippen kicks it to Kukoc, who kicks it for 3. We're tied at 70. They weren't done. Jordan, making his moves, rolls off a Pippen screen and sticks the J. Bulls take their first lead of the second half by 1, but the Jazz have an answer. Stockton uses Antoine Carr's screen. Boom, buries the J. Utah goes up by 3. Chicago coming back. What a battle. Pippen turns and hits the J with the sore back. He's unbelievable. Pippen in pain. Bulls down 1. Utah says, give it to the mailman. Malone pulls up alone, delivers the J. Jazz in front by 4 now, 83-79. Under a minute in the game, tied at 83. Stockton, unbelievable. From three-point land, it falls. And the Jazz are up 3. I can't take much of this, Lionel. Under 40 seconds to play. Jordan, driving through traffic, gets the layup. Behold his glory. And Sloan is sweating. Jazz look to respond. Malone doesn't see Jordan coming at him right there. That's a steal. Chicago is back in it. Under 10 seconds to play. Bulls down 1. Uh-oh, it's in Jordan's hand. Pulls up. Oh! Chicago with the lead. With 5.2 seconds left, Jordan buries the Bulls up 1. Utah with one last shot. Stockton takes the inbound pass, puts up the prayer. It comes off. Oh, on his home court, the heartbreak. It's no good. Chicago wins their 6th NBA championship, 87-86. The season is over. And look at the celebration. Look at Pippen. He is overcome with emotion. A long season, hard fought, and there's the mailman, Karl Malone, dejected. Jordan and Phil Jackson, there's the picture. There's a lot of love there between those guys as they make it happen. 87-86, the three-peat, 6 championships in 8 years. Unbelievable. Jordan with 45 points in the bucket. What can you say?
Well, MJ wanted this one. This one was going to be special. Could be the last one, so he ties it up with 2 free throws. He ties it up again in the last minute with a layup, and then the steal, and then the game-winning shot. James Worthy, talk about Michael in that fourth quarter performance.
A lot of momentum changes in the second half, guys. Karl Malone and Michael Jordan show no question these two leaders were not going to let their teams die, but Michael Jordan really coming up strong in the second half. Scottie Pippen back with the back really gave them a lift, but Michael Jordan really hit some key buckets for these guys. And then down the stretch, under 40 seconds with that big steal against Karl Malone. And I guarantee you Michael Jordan had been looking at that play all night long, waiting for the right moment to make that steal. But the guy, really, you know, he may go down as the greatest players ever played the game. I played with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and statistically, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has a lot of stats for Michael Jordan for what he's done for this dynasty of the Chicago Bulls. It's remarkable. There's no question about it. We'll be talking about him more later on.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Jordan said of all the championships, he said after the game, this was the toughest one. I'm kind of surprised to hear him say that, but obviously they don't get any easier, and this is a hard-fought battle with the Jazz.
Well, a lot of parity in the last 2 or 3 years. These guys won 5, you know, fairly easily, but this one, you know, they had to really go after this one, and I think defensively, that's the only thing that held them up, because teams were catching up to the Chicago Bulls on the offensive end, holding them to 40, 39% shooting sometimes, particularly the Jazz. But this team really came together defensively, as you saw Michael Jordan with the big steal, and then his offense speaks for himself. So 6 championships, can't say anything about that.
All right, James, thanks. Stay right where you are. We're not done with you yet, but right now it's time to head to the big party.
Yeah, there's an open bar in the Bulls dressing room right now. For more from Utah, let's go back to the Delta Center and join our own Kevin Frazier.
Thanks a lot, guys. In this case, 6s are wild. In his 6th game, 6 finals, Michael Jordan delivers the 6th title for the Bulls, and for the 6th time, he is the MVP of the NBA Finals. Incredible performance by Michael Jordan tonight here in the Delta Center. Welcome.
Get ready for the ride of your life.
This good right now. I can't see him walking away. It's not that much fun on the golf course, as you know, Jay.
John Stockton hit the biggest shot of his career, a 3-pointer with 42 seconds left. After a Jordan layup, Utah tried to go to Malone for a clinching basket, but Michael poked it away for the steal.
and you knew who was going to get the final shot. Michael breaks down Brian Russell and gets a clean look at his 17-footer. Nothing but net. Bulls up by 1 with 5.2 seconds left. Plenty of time still for Utah, but the best shot they could get was another off-balance 3 try by Stockton. This time, though, it was no good. Time for Bulls fans to celebrate all over the world. Michael, Phil, and Scotty a perfect 6 for 6 in the NBA Finals, taking their place as one of the greatest teams of all time. Let's go back out to Salt Lake City and get more post-game reaction from Jim Rose.
Well, Mark, we're here, I guess, attired very nicely now in the repeat to three-peat shirts, and we even have hats to go along with it. What a game, huh?
You know what? We look like a couple of goobers. They paid about $1,000 to a scalper to sit in the front row, but we are privileged characters, and we get to be part of this and get to enjoy it with the Bulls. It's absolutely incredible. When you see Michael do this over and over again, we can never get used to it. I'm not sure he ever gets used to it.
I think his teammates are used to it by now because it just seems like they look for him, they go to him, and tonight in particular they had to because, I mean, Scottie Pippen with the poor back, Tony Kukoc really wasn't getting his shots and everything, so Michael just had to carry it.
Yeah, we're talking to some of the coaches and Phil, and they said, you know, we just put the clapboard away. And, you know, Scottie was valiant. I thought he was terrific. He said, I said, you're going to be the next Willis Reed? He said, I felt like Willis Reed out there, but he contributed in rebounds, playing decoy on offense, going for loose balls. I mean, it was really amazing performance by him. And Michael, you know, he was out of gas. He was dead. He was coming up short on 4 or 5 of his shots down the stretch, but as always, he hits the one that counts. This is truly amazing, and, you know, we couldn't refrain from talking about next year. You know, we just can't sit here and enjoy the moment and let the players enjoy the moment, but it's the question that has to be asked, and it won't be answered until the end of the summer, unfortunately.
You know, when I was in that locker room, there was a lot of melancholy on the part of Judd Bushler and Luke Longley and Steve Kerr and Scott Burrell, guys that may or may not be here next year. Melancholy because this probably is the last dance. I mean, Scotty said, he gave us a little hint when I was doing that live interview with him that he might open the door just a little bit, but on July 1st, I kind of expect Scotty to be either going to Phoenix or Houston.
Yeah, you know, the euphoria, everybody is so excited, they're liable to say something they really don't mean. Unfortunately, they'll enjoy this tonight, they'll enjoy it the rest of the week. Then it becomes all business again. And again, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, a July 1st lockout appears imminent, so that pushes everything back.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to remember this season. It was a long, long season ever since October 4th of last year when training camp started and we go through the 82-game regular season, 103 games. All of them played. Only one player played in all of them. Guess who that guy was?
Let me guess. But I tell you, we didn't play in any, so we can go party right now.
That's right. By the way, let's bring Kent Niemi in here, show you how he's dressed. Kent's got his three. Yeah, that's good. I liked it. Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh, gosh. Incredible.
Covered your first final?
Well, it's rare for a news reporter to experience what you sports guys do, and I can't believe they pay you two to do this. This is incredible to be here at a moment in history like this.
Well, you know something, Mark? He's the only one that didn't get champagne on him. I think we ought to go in the locker room and drag him in there and get him.
And that's it from the three goobers live in Utah. Back to you guys.
Hey, Curly Moe and Larry, where's Larry Snyder in all this?
Larry Snyder is floating around here somewhere. You know how hard that man works. I mean, he just did a marvelous, marvelous job. So did Ken Nomiak. He did a great job. So did Mike Dukowicz. I mean, these guys were fantastic and going in that locker room and also when we came on our first trip, Billy Newsom was absolutely spectacular. All our technicians, though. We got the best crew in the business.
We do have the best. They make it easy. So you happy, Kenny?
Well, wait a minute. Hey, Ken, say hi to the kids back home.
Hello, kids.
All right, see, now his boys got to say, his son and daughter got to say hello. Well, I guess that's it. We wrap it up from here, live from the Delta Center for Mark Giangreco, Kent Niemi. I'm Jim Rose. Back to you guys in the studio.
You guys have...
They're letting them celebrate until they run out of steam, and when the crowd thins enough, we've seen it before.
We'll fly back later this evening, probably be back.
Chance on Division Street, too. You never know, depending on what the two Jerrys do with the team, but it's been fun, and... And just kind of ease things.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much for all your hard work there at the Delta Center. More for everyone on the Bulls' victory. Meanwhile, let's talk a little baseball.
Who's the greatest of all time, and not when you have maybe the best power forward to ever play the game in Karl Malone. But a good center doesn't hurt. Now, in the Bulls' case, you know, forget about talking about the center. You'll hear NBA executives tell you that what you need is 3 big players that can carry you. In Utah's case, they went with Malone, Stockton, and Hornacek. In the Bulls' case, they went with Jordan, Pippen, and Kukoc. I think it would be even better if Utah could say they're going to war with Malone, Stockton, Austin, and Hornacek. Now they've got the big four, whereas you can also say with the Bulls, I mean, everything isn't just dictated on how many points a guy scores. The Bulls actually have 4 big names and 5. I mean, how can we forget the defense that Ron Harper plays? But, you know, throw Dennis Rodman in that category, who led the league in rebounding again. I mean, rebounds are extremely important. So, yeah, I don't think you need the Patrick Ewing to win a championship, but a center that can give you 10 points a game and 8 or 9 rebounds a game, that is something you do need.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the call, Jeremy. We appreciate it. We're going to go out to Hanover Park now to talk to Jose. Hi, Jose. Jose, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. Kind of just trying to relax here. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to say, you know, you guys do great coverage. Start watching you guys on, you know, after the Indiana series, kind of like in the middle of it. You guys got great show going. I guess I just wanted to say, with all the stats going around and everything, how come nobody's noticed that the 45 points that Michael Jordan scored tonight, whether it be his last game or whatever, we'll just take it as his last game he'll probably ever play or whatever, is also the same number that was on his jersey when he came back, you know, from retirement.
I did.
Obviously, you tune in late because she did mention it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I pointed that out. That was what,
But that's why this is the best post-game show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. She's on the ball.
Oh, okay. Well, then, man, I got to give props to her then.
Thanks, Jose.
All right, thanks.
But, you know, he
It's a
brings
good
up
point.
good
Point well
though.
taken.
Yeah,
For those people that just tune in late also.
Yeah, I was watching the NBC coverage and stuff, and then, you know, sorry. Oh, you guys are better looking anyway. And Louie, he's cute.
See, Louie's
joking.
Too.
You guys are great. You guys have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You
All right.
too.
Bye-bye.
I imagine most of Chicago's having a wonderful night once again with a 6th NBA championship. And just to let you all know, in case you're trying to get in through the phone lines, and again, we understand they're jammed, we're going straight through to midnight tonight to try and get to as many of your calls and comments because we know it's the only place, the only outlet for you to do so, and still get a chance to look at some highlights while we're at it, too. Let's go back out to the phone lines now. Jason in Chicago. Hi, Jason. Jason?
Yes.
We've been making you wait, haven't we?
That's quite all right.
Sorry.
That's quite all right.
What did you have to say?
Well, I just wanted to start off by saying, Lou, I miss seeing a towel being tossed on you after Fox, you know, after Sports Channel interviews.
I miss having it done, believe me.
But I just wanted to say, I think the reason, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me, but I think the reason why the Bulls continue to win every year is because they have role players, and because Jerry Krause has established people to surround everybody with better players. I mean, you could look at the Lakers teams, and you could look at the Golden State Warriors. I mean, the Golden State Warriors have produced some of the best players in the league with Mitch Richmond, Chris Webber, Chris Gatling. I mean, the list goes on. But the fact of the matter is none of these teams are willing to step aside and say, you know what, I'm going to take away any individual accolades and just really play for the team. And if that means not scoring and just being a position in the offense and going out and winning a championship. I mean, that's really where Utah and the Chicago Bulls, that's why they succeed every year.
Yeah, and you know, we always keep on the criticism on Jerry Krause because, again, it appears as though they're dismantling the club, you know, at the height, perhaps another repeat of the three-peat. But at the same time, we have to give him credit, do we not, Lou, for assembling the role players that he did?
Absolutely. You know, Steve Kerr, bringing in a Steve Kerr, and bringing in a Scott Burrell, who, while he may have struggled during the NBA Finals, remember, this is the first time Burrell ever was in the NBA Finals, but provided this team with a nice offensive punch off the bench throughout the regular season. And you're talking about role players. Is there a better role player than Scottie Pippen? This is a guy that if he was the man, there is no doubt in my mind he could go out and every night average 25 points a game if he had to. But here's a guy who lets Michael do all the scoring, and people remember guys that score more than guys who defend, but here's a guy who let MJ do all the scoring and has been Michael's right-hand man. Always been, you know, the Batman, and what do they call him, Superman, Batman, and he's played the part as Batman.
Right.
He plays out, he goes and he plays the defense. If he has to rebound, he goes out there and he rebounds. If he has to run the offense, he goes out there and he garners assists. He does whatever he has to do to help out Michael Jordan and to be his partner on the floor. Same thing with Dennis Rodman. Here's a guy who came in, doesn't even want to get involved in the offense, just wants to go out and rebound the basketball. And think about having a Dennis Rodman on the floor, how many times he's able to grab an offensive rebound and give Michael and Scotty second chances at the bucket when they're on offense. So you're talking about role players, those are two of the best role players ever.
Definitely, definitely. I fully agree with you, and that's what I think. But the only problem is everyone talks about, you know, why didn't Scotty get the Finals MVP? But of course the problem is that you cannot look past the guy that scores more than 30 points a game. I mean, you just